To the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. Now that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Moi, je garde ça dans le fond de mon cœur depuis des années. J'y pense tous les matins, mais j'en parle pas. Eh bien, Robin, c'est que je ne devrais pas être ici aujourd'hui. J'aurais dû être morte le 17 juin 1940.
Na 21. jsem měla telefon, že nás obsazuje armáda. Což jsme považovali za něco, že to vůbec není možné. To byl takový šok.
How do you feel about what's happened here in Prague?
We hope that we will have again the freedom and our democracy.
J'avais 11 ans quand la guerre a commencé et 12 quand les soldats sont arrivés. Il y en avait partout. Je descends mes 10 marches avec mon compotier, j'arrive dans le jardin, ta 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 ta. Maman a été tuée sur moi pour me protéger. Vous savez, quand on a 12 ans qu'on se relève avec sa maman morte qui vous protège, on n'oublie pas.
În Timișoara s-a atras în tineret în fața catedralei.
Mijn vader is Auschwitz gestuurd en daar vermoord. En mijn moeder kon mij meegeven in de wetenschap dat ze misschien mij nooit meer terug zou zien. Ik had geen ooms en tantes, dat vond ik wel raar. Ik had ook geen grootouders. Iedereen had grootouders. Ik had niemand.
Non si deve mai dare per scontato la democrazia, ma bisogna sempre sostenerla e proteggerla.
To 17. listopadu, kdy všechno začalo. Byla veliká demonstrace studentů. Policisté napadli demonstranty, zmlátili je. To byl ten moment, kdy začala ta revoluce, takzvaná.
Pēc neatkarības atgūšanas Latvija bija brīva zeme. Cilvēki varēja brīvi izteikt savas domas par demokrātiju.
Ma col muro di Berlino, secondo me, l'emancipazione di tutta l'Europa.
welcome to the 2024 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum. My name is Maeve McMahon. I'm a journalist with Euronews, and I'm thrilled to be with you today for an action-packed day to talk you through what will be happening today. Because remember, there is a lot at stake right now for Europe, and in just 21 days, 4 million of us will have the right to go and vote. Between the 6th and the 9th of June, those European elections that we've been talking about here in Brussels for so long will be taking place. And according to Europeans, it's actually the economy and the cost of living crisis that most people will be thinking about when they go and vote. And of course, the EU has a lot to do. It will not be an easy task for those moving in to both the Parlement and the European Parliament in Brussels and Strasbourg. It's challenging times, and that's why we have a great lineup coming up on stage today. I'd also like to extend a warm welcome to all those tuning in online from here in Europe and of course beyond. Get in touch. You can join us via Twitter or X, also on LinkedIn, using the hashtag EUBEF2024. Also throughout the day, you can use Slido, sli.do. Pop into Slido on your browser and just pop in those words, EUBEF 2024. You can engage with the forum, you can engage with everyone who'll be coming up on stage, and of course, we'll do it the old-fashioned way as well. For those in the room, we'll go down and pick up a microphone and you can speak as well to our panelists. As I said, we have an array of fantastic speakers, from economists to trade unionists, activists, and even prime ministers. We'll be hearing a lot of food for thought on stage today. But first, to set the scene, I would like to invite up on stage one of the men, of course, and his team who makes the annual BEF a reality. And of course, a man who, along with his team, has to crunch those tricky figures as well when it comes to the European economy to make sure it is fit for purpose and it works for people and business. So I do not envy you and your team, but thank you so much for having us once again here for the 2024 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum. Martin Verhey.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to all of you here in the room, but also to those of you online. And a special warm welcome for the Prime Minister of Lithuania, Mrs. Ingrida Šimonytė, and thank you so much for coming here. It's a real pleasure and honor to host you here today. Over the years, the Brussels Economic Forum has been constantly evolving with new formats, new topics, new speakers, and an ever larger audience. But the philosophy of this event has been the same over the years. The Brussels Economic Forum brings together political leaders, practitioners, business representatives, academics, civil society, and it offers a space for open economic debate, as we believe that this is the way that we can find solutions and innovative ideas. We are now 3 weeks away from the European elections, and indeed ideas and solutions are needed. So our spring forecast was released yesterday, and it shows that the EU economy has turned a corner after a prolonged period of stagnation and high inflation. And that is good news. But looking a little bit further ahead, the challenges that are in front of us are formidable. Climate change is a reality, and we will need to find a way to address it, and that will take strong policy actions, also in the years ahead. The EU has lost its competitive edge in key technology, and we will need to find a way to reverse the slowdown in productivity growth that we have observed now for a few decades already. And Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine calls for continued strong support to Ukraine and for actions to boost our defense capabilities. So the challenges that are in front of us are big. At the same time, the fiscal space that we have to address these challenges is rather limited. So that means that we need to be smart. It means that we need to be efficient. And it means that we will need to work together as Europeans to keep our place in the world. And it's my firm conviction that we either row together or we will drift backwards, each on our own. This forum will be looking at exactly these challenges. This morning, our first panel will discuss how we can ensure that our green transition policies are efficient, are effective, but are also fair. In the afternoon, our second panel will look at the issue of economic security and the issue of competitiveness. And during our Oxford-style debate, we will dive deeper into questions around AI, the implications for our economy and for our societies. And we will take a closer look into the electoral behavior of the European citizens ahead of the elections. So I'm looking forward to all these interesting debates. We have indeed a fantastic lineup, and on behalf of DG ECFIN, and I would say in particular on behalf of those colleagues that have worked so hard to make this event a reality, I wish you all a very interesting conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martin Verhey, the Director General there of DG ECFIN, indeed the department that's put this forum together. And you mentioned what's coming up today, and also we'll have two commissioners, not one but two commissioners coming up on stage today to participate in those panel debates. The Commissioner responsible for the economy, Paolo Gentiloni, and also the Commissioner responsible for energy, Catherine Simpson. So we really look forward to those panel debates a little bit later. But now, as promised, it's time to move on to our keynote speech, our first keynote speech of the day. It will be delivered by someone who's a trained economist, also worked as a central banker, also as a Minister for Finance, and now since 2020 is the Prime Minister of Lithuania, a country that earlier this month celebrated 20 years since joining the European Union. So we're absolutely thrilled to have Prime Minister Ingrid Šimonytė here with us physically to open the BEF 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I stand in front of you because of choices made by our people 20 years ago. After bloody and then cold 20th century, the most of which Lithuania was violently forced to spend on the evil side of the Iron Curtain, we, Lithuanians, dreamed to return to the core of European family. We said yes to freedom, democracy, rule of law, core European values, and embraced our European future. Yes, with no hesitation to unity and solidarity. 20 years ago, in May, Lithuania joined with 9 other countries the EU. These 20 years was a remarkable journey for us and the EU, a journey that has allowed us to learn, grow, and succeed, always looking forward, a journey that we hope to continue for centuries to come. 20 years ago, here at Brussels Economic Forum, the Big Bang enlargement was also discussed. Many discussed the impact of the enlargement, and many were singing cautious notes, as it was a step onto untested ground. EU decision makers, analysts, and business community were concerned that enlargement will bring massive flows of economic migrants. Whole industries will be delocalized. Old member states will have to pay much more into EU budget, and the EU functionality will start choking. Some were saying that EU will collapse. Some still say. But 20 years afterwards, I can proudly say that these fears were unfounded. The EU has become bigger, stronger, and more united. Being a member of the EU for us was much more than internal market, cohesion policy, or economic convergence. It was a dream of freedom, a dream to build a better life for our children, a dream that together we will make Europe whole and at the peace forever. And we were right, and wrong at the same time. We were right to join the EU, to make sometimes unpopular, often painful, but necessary reforms, adapt and transform our society and our economy. We are wrong in thinking that happily ever after exists, and we will be able to relax and enjoy permanent peace. We, and not only us, were wrong in thinking that security, defense, and resilience are and will be a secondary thing, somewhere in the background of economic welfare, that we need to focus only on internal market, cohesion, agriculture, energy, and employment. We were wrong to miss growing external pressures and threats. But history has an echo, and even as times change, it tends to repeat itself, because the greed and of tyrants has remained the same. Ladies and gentlemen, geopolitical realities of external threats, unfair competition, dependencies in critical supply chains, growth of new global players, and climate change made us look for new policies and bold decisions. Over the last 5 years, we rightly focused on digital and green transitions. On top, COVID-19 pandemic made us search for better healthcare union. Illegal migration pushed us finally to agree on the Migration and Asylum Pact. China's pressure encouraged us to adopt the anti-coercion instrument and search for new alliances in critical raw material supplies. Russia's war on Ukraine and our energy dependencies helped to wake up collectively. Repower EU accelerated the transition of our energy systems, reducing dependency on Russia's fossil fuels. With 13 packages of sanctions on Russia and its proxies, we are in transition from purely normative discourse, how bad disruptors of international system of rule of law are, to real, actionable expression of power. Power to stop the aggressors. Power to cut our dependencies and to fix our vulnerabilities. And finally, really de-risk and really decouple where absolutely needed. It is my belief and hope that we, the EU, have started a new transition to the resilient union. And I believe that we will succeed. It is our duty to make our union stronger, more competitive and outward-looking. Our resilient union could be secure, and only secure union could keep on building welfare for our citizens. We have a responsibility to actively shape our future, and by extension, help shape the future of the free world. Dear all, living on the crossroad or the front line keeps you always vigilant and fit, always ready for unexpected, and every day dreaming about Russia, and never daydreaming about Russia as a reliable partner. Lithuanian businesses have been strategically moving away from the markets in the east to the markets of the west since Lithuania have joined the EU. But the process still has switched to much higher gear after the annexation of Crimea in 2014. Our exports to Russia plunged. Energy imports shifted to other suppliers, and an aggressive Russia barely made it to the top 20 of export destination for Lithuanian origin goods before the war against Ukraine started. We had a forward-looking approach to risk and decouple. We became more resilient and independent. We grew economically and transformed our industry. We decoupled our energy systems from Russia's gas by building LNG import terminal. We brought connectivity to the rest of the EU to the top of our priority funding list. Since 2000, Lithuania's real GDP per capita has increased 3 times, demonstrating the fastest growth and the convergence within the EU. Our economy has quadrupled since the membership in the EU, and wages of my fellow Lithuanians have grown 5 times. We could have easily slipped onto the path of greater borrowing, succumbed to populism and short-term decisions. But we withstood it because we had a much longer vision, because we realized that it is important to act, to make a real change, and not just to create an image of success that can collapse like a house of cards when the wind blows. History formed the unfriendly neighborhood. Reiterations of hybrid attacks, energy blackmail made our nation and my country resilient. We chose to become resilient to Russian ultimatums and threats. We withstood China's economic coercion. We responded to Lukashenko's attempt in 2021 to divide us by instrumentalizing irregular migration. We became independent in oil, gas, and electricity supplies. We have become a sandbox of decisions and policies on how to grow the resilience. Dear all, time and again, we, the EU, find ourselves under pressure, from outside and inside, as the populism is always a willing follower of any difficulty. We hear the voices that EU internal market is not functioning properly. We hear that sustainable peace is possible not out of capacity to defend ourselves, but out of capacity to talk a lot. We hear calls that EU enlargement is impossible, that EU institutions are not ready, so the EU will overextend and collapse. But I'm here because I and every 9 out of 10 Lithuanians believe in the EU projects. Because we, while expecting and asking from the EU a lot, are ready to contribute to a more resilient, secure, and powerful EU. As far as we are concerned, we have no other choice. Next 5 years will be years of transition to the union of resilience and efficiency. It is a road of hard work, but it will make us stronger, enabling us to do more for our citizens and for the world, proving that us, project of peace in Europe, can project peace globally. First, we will need a resilient European economy. We should focus on the implementation of the RRF reforms and investment projects, strengthen energy independence, put green transition on reliable financial ground, take care of our remaining dependencies on Russia, and in general de-risk our supply chains, especially of critical products. We need to implement with urgency the recommendations to deepen our single market, which is the core of Union's prosperity. Have we used its full potential? Clearly not. I do hope that Mr. Letter's report will be transformed into targeted policy actions and enable a barrier-free single market. Cutting only 10% of internal barriers would lead to an extra 7% of GDP growth in the EU. Is it not enough of a reason on its own to roll our sleeves up? A genuine capital market union is another long-awaited and debated EU project that is essential to accelerate the green and digital transition, unlock the full power of our economy, as well as to enhance its resilience. However, the capital market union is still more of a dream than reality. Efficient capital deployment across the whole of the EU would create more accessible financing options for both startups and large corporations, helping to keep the most of innovative business ideas born in the EU to mature and grow here at home in the EU. Moreover, a true single market requires the completion of the banking union. Increased financial resilience via the creation of a European deposit insurance scheme and enhanced conditions for banks' cross-border activities would revitalize the EU economy. I recall that these issues were on the table some 15 years ago when I was a Minister of Finance. When will we raise our ambitions and constructively overcome our own red lines for a common good? Looking beyond the EU borders, we need to make and take all the opportunities to increase our trade with like-minded economies. I understand that it takes 2 willing partners to agree on upgrading their trade relations, but it saddens me immensely that in this challenging geopolitical environment, the EU and the USA practically have no meaningful trade facilitating agenda. We also should be ready to protect our businesses from coercive trading practices. We have the toolkit available, be it the foreign subsidy regulation or anti-coercion instrument. What remains is to use it properly. Looking beyond the EU borders means also keeping the doors of one of the most successful and transformative EU policies wide open. Enlargement worked, keeps working, and should continue working. Second, we must focus on upgrading the EU's defense industrial base. The ongoing Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has revealed weaknesses of our defense industry. It showed us how fragmented and limited in capacity it is. Europe needs to augment its defense industrial base, supercharged with innovation. To ensure this, we need to improve the European defense industry's access to public and private finance, making full use of the European defense funds. In this context, multilateral financial institutions should play a greater role. EIB lending policy can and should reflect the changed geopolitical reality. Moreover, with large defense sector investment gaps across Europe, we should explore all options for additional financing, including the possibility of establishing a joint EU-level borrowing arrangement, like the SURE instrument that was created during the COVID pandemic. Third and last, the EU must become a real geopolitical player, not imaginary one. The recipe for the success of the EU is simple. Ukraine must win. The outcome of this vital task should concern and unite all the peace-loving countries of the world. But first of all, it's on us, Europeans. Our goal is to keep Ukraine to restore its borders and sovereignty. Globally, we need to preserve the rule-based international order. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has reinforced the unity within the EU. We have cemented our alliances with like-minded partners across the globe. Joint actions to support Ukraine and pressure on the Russian economy through sanctions emerged as a new collective course of our action. It emerged as a new phenomenon, as a new policy gaining EU credibility. We need to make it a sustainable and lasting policy. It is a testimony of our ability to comprehend and to respond to the realities. Therefore, we should make Russia pay for its aggression. Using profits from frozen Russian assets for Ukraine's defense and reconstruction is the first move into the right direction. We need to go further and find ways how to transfer all frozen Russia's assets as financial support for Ukraine as fast as possible. The aggressor pays the damage should be the principle that we stick to in practice. We need to set a clear precedent that starting an unlawful and unjustified war brings significant consequences. It will bring more stability to rule-based international system. Ladies and gentlemen, we are embarking on the historic path towards creating more resilient, more secure, and ever stronger European Union. Such union will project confidence, will not be afraid to enlarge and to embrace more Europeans. Such union will stand strong in promoting its way of life, values, strategic and security interests. A more fragmented world needs a more united and stronger Europe. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Prime Minister, for being with us and for that very, very comprehensive speech. You touched on a lot of issues from the Enrico Letta report, which of course we've all read here in this room, to EU enlargement, that is very much politically back on the table, to the capital unions, to the green transition, to the massive investment needed in the defence field. Yes, it's a very interesting times, and a lot of those topics will be explored in much more detail a little bit later in the panel debates. But now it is time for our second keynote speech of the forum. And every year at the BEF, this next keynote speech is all about reflecting on how Europe is doing now politically and, of course, economically. That's why the speech is named after one of the parents of the euro, the Italian economist, Mr. Tommaso Padoa-Schioppa. And this year, this address will be delivered by the president of the European Investment Bank, Nadia Calvino. Take a listen.
Good morning. I am delighted and really honored to deliver this year's Tommaso Padoa-Schioppa address and share with you some ideas about Europe's economic outlook. In the run-up to the European elections, you will not be surprised by the main message I would like to leave with you today. Together, we are stronger, and we can only rise to the challenges ahead by being united and acting in a coordinated manner as Europeans. In recent history, we've been successful when we have acted according to three principles: determination, unity, and solidarity. We can build on this base to face the future with confidence. The successful joint response to the pandemic is a good example. We protected the economy and laid the foundations for a strong recovery thanks to the fast action of the European Central Bank to provide liquidity, the European Commission SURE mechanism to protect jobs, the European Investment Bank's Guarantee Fund to support businesses, and the Next Generation EU Massive Investment and Reform Programme to foster the modernization and resilience of our economy. Working together with member states, our unity in supporting Ukraine is another example where we are definitely stronger together. As financing arm of the EU, the European Investment Bank is currently the main investment partner to Ukraine. I have recently signed an agreement with Prime Minister Shmyhal to accelerate support on the ground, investing in large countrywide infrastructures like energy and transport, in local projects to repair hospitals and houses, and also to support SMEs through the financial sector. New trams are now serving residents in the city of Lviv. A new school in Kamyansk has been rebuilt thanks to EU financing channeled through the EIB. Looking forward, we must ensure that our economy thrives in the green and digital transitions and remains competitive in the face of geopolitical challenges and uncertainties and tensions. We must also ensure that we support most affected key sectors and territories, protecting our social infrastructures and our European way of life. This will take resolve, reforms, and a lot of investment in infrastructure, for the industrial transformation and new strategic technologies. And not only that, we need to invest in skills and social infrastructures to allow people to fulfill their potential. Clearly, the mobilization of private capital will be key. Public investment has to play a catalytic role, and we need to make the most of the potential of European instruments. And in this context, I very much welcome Enrico Letta's insightful report on the single market, which highlights the key role of the European Investment Bank Group in mobilizing investment, building on its large and strong balance sheet, the AAA rating, our top-notch technical expertise, and our ability to leverage capital and mandates from the EU budget, mobilizing private investment and turning ideas into concrete projects that reinforce Europe's strategic autonomy, boost productivity, and make a real difference to people's lives. Our 8 key strategic priorities, supported by EU leaders, will help us realize the full potential of the EIB Group. First, we will continue to consolidate our role as the EU Climate Bank. Secondly, we'll accelerate support to digitalization and technological innovation, including the development and scaling up of cutting-edge technologies throughout the value chain. We will also step up our investments in Europe's security and defense industry, while safeguarding EIB's financial capacity and ensuring the highest environmental, social, and governance standards. Our 4th priority is cohesion. Talent is equally distributed, but opportunities are not. I firmly believe that climate competitiveness and cohesion, both social and territorial, are inseparable as foundations of European success. We are also supporting innovative financing for the bioeconomy and agriculture, and we're investing in skills, health, and affordable housing. Our group will reinforce its role in investing in Europe's social infrastructures, contributing to strong and resilient societies. Outside the EU, we will focus our activities on impact, supporting and rebuilding Ukraine, supporting a successful enlargement process, our neighborhood, and the Global Gateway Initiative, as well as strategic alliances, for instance, with the World Health Organization and the Vaccine Alliance, to end polio for good and establish vaccine production capacities in Africa. And last but not least, we can pioneer EU-wide financial instruments that could be the building blocks of a real capital markets union. Looking back over the last years, I think we can be proud of what we have achieved as Europeans. Let's build on this and deepen our partnership to support investments for a more secure, a fairer, greener, and more productive Europe. Let's build Europe's future. Thank you.
And thank you so much to the president of the EIB, Nadia Calvino, who last year was up here on stage physically. But as you can see, she's a very busy woman, so she couldn't make it here personally and physically, but she was very kind to deliver the speech remotely. So thank you so much to her. And she, of course, touched as well on the importance of the green transition, a topic that's keeping her up at night. And it is, of course, the crux as well of the first panel that will take place now for the BEF 2024. This will be conducted by my colleague from Euronews, Jack Schickler, who spends a lot of his week diving into what's going on currently when it comes to the European economy, and of course what the European Commission and the EU member states are doing to make it fit for purpose. So Jack Schickler, I would like to invite you now up on stage. The topic of Jack's panel will be the green transition in election times, fair policies for people and the climate. So over to you, Jack Schickler.
Thank you very much, Maeve. And welcome to all of you to the first panel of the Brussels Economic Forum 2024, or BEF, as I understand it's now being referred to. It's like the World Economic Forum, but with more rain and fewer ski slopes. This is a perfect time to have a discussion about the economic impact of the EU's green policy. We're coming up to EU elections, and I'm old enough to remember the last ones in 2019, where we saw a wave of support for green policies, the green wave, they called it. And those elections were followed very shortly by the European Commission introducing its own Green Deal, a raft of legislation to encourage the EU's climate transition, and in particular to cut emissions by 55% by 2030. Now we've got elections coming up in a few weeks, and 2030 doesn't look all that far away. It's only 6 years away, and in the intervening 5 years, we've seen a lot of warnings about the implications of climate change. It is already starting to happen. We are seeing floods, droughts, natural disasters, but we've also seen a huge surge in energy prices. That was a real reminder of the social impact and the distributional impact of if the price of heating your home or filling up your car rises. It seems to me that however much you believe in the green transition, no one wants to be the one who will pay. And we've seen a rise of protests from farmers, from pro-green activists, but from drivers, and from those who are concerned that they might be facing the cost of this transition. So the question I'm hoping we can answer today is can the green transition survive in the face of this resistance? And has it given enough thought to the social and distributional impacts of this massive transformative change? I think we've got a panel made in heaven to discuss this topic. An EU policymaker, national policymaker, trades unionist, an academic, and someone on the front line of climate activism. The most important guest, I should say, is you, the audience, whether you're watching online or here in Brussels. If you do have a question, either raise your hand for those in the audience, or you can ask via Slido online at sli.do and use the code EUBEF24. That's EUBEF for Brussels Economic Forum. And that's also the hashtag you can use on X and LinkedIn if you want to participate online. And we'll put those questions to our panel towards the end of our hour and 10 minutes that we have available to us. So I'd now like to welcome onto the stage my excellent panel. We have Kostis Hatzidakis, and I'm going to name you in the order you'll be seating, just to avoid confusion. Kostis Hatzidakis, the Greek Finance Minister, Hilary Cottam, Honorary Professor at University College London, Paolo Gentiloni, EU Commissioner for the Economy, Thea Yates of the European Trade Union Confederation, and Adelaide Charlier, climate and social justice activist. Welcome to the stage, all of you. Welcome, all of you. Thank you for making it to Brussels, and particularly for those of you who I know have extremely busy agendas. But this is a very important debate to have.
Grazie.
We all good? We all good? Not suffering from droughts over there. My first question, which I'll ask to each of you in turn, is about the point I raised. We've seen rising numbers of protests against climate change policies. How can the green transition avoid this significant backlash that we've seen? I'm going to put that question to Kostis on my left.
Thank you, and thank you, the Commission and the Commissioners, for inviting me to express the views of the Greek government on this very important issue. First of all, I believe that we have to draw a distinction between the legitimate concerns expressed by farmers or other social groups, and the political exploitation of these concerns by populists in various European countries. That's why I believe that we always have to communicate the purposes of the objectives of the green agenda in order for the people to understand the added value of this policy. And also, we always have to underline the fact that there is not only an environmental dimension in these policies, but a geopolitical dimension as well. How, for example, we can reduce our dependence on Russian gas. So, to cut the long story short, I believe I have three different points to make. First of all, I don't think we should backtrack on the overall targets we have set, but there are some areas where we need to reassess probably the pace of transition and revise the policies pursued. Agriculture may be a characteristic example. We have to take into account some anxieties coming from this sector. Second, we must give to those affected by decarbonization the necessary tools to adjust. And there are such tools in the European Union's budget. And thirdly, I believe that much of the criticism towards the green agenda within Europe emanates from the fact that our efforts are not matched by other countries in the world. So I believe that, first of all, we have to try as much as we can to enforce the international agreements on climate. Secondly, that we have to take this dimension in the bilateral agreements between the European Union and other countries in the world. And secondly, we have to use the necessary financial tools as regards third countries by using, among other things, the tools of the development banks. There are some initiatives towards this direction, for example, the so-called 4P initiative. So we have to work towards this direction.
Thank you. Hilary Cottam, I'm going to turn to you next because you have written extensively about the kind of labour market transformations and the role of the welfare state. How would you apply the findings you've made to this green transition?
Well, thank you, Jack. I mean, I think the first thing to say is that a failure to act on the climate science in front of us would be completely unforgivable. And the second thing is that actually we need to go faster. We can't change the pace. I don't know if people saw, but last week climate scientists across the world were asked how they thought we're doing. And only 6% of the world's climate scientists think we're going to meet a 1.5 degree limit. Most expect at least 2.5, which is absolutely catastrophic. And the people, of course, who will be most affected by this will be people who are already suffering because of high energy costs, because of high food costs, because of low wages. And so we can't kind of think that, oh, well, in order to sort of protect those people, we shouldn't move forward with kind of climate policy, with green transition. It's the opposite. We need to move forward in a kind of much more considered and, I think, faster pace. So the question then is, where do we start? And you talk about the welfare state, and I think it's a really interesting parallel because at the end of the Second World War, European societies had to make this fundamental transition from basically still kind of agricultural societies, problems of migration from rural areas, to kind of mass production. And the welfare state was this huge project to give us the kind of social security that we needed to move from one kind of economy to another. new forms of health, new forms of education, new forms of housing, and so on. And I think it's impossible to think about a green transition without once again looking at what is the social infrastructure that surrounds us that can support us to do this. It's a huge opportunity for people to learn in new ways, to kind of work in new ways. Most people are not flourishing in work today. And although we talk about how technology is this big challenge, in fact, green policies are an even bigger challenge. Most of us are going to have to change fundamentally what we do and how we do it. But to do that, we need new social policies. We need to feel that there's kind of ground underneath our feet. So I think the challenge is one of how we kind of renew our social contract together, and also how we think differently about work and work transitions to support people. You mentioned agriculture. It's not surprising that farmers are protesting. They're part of food systems that are kind of not only bad for our own health, but kind of offer increasingly lower wages. In Britain, 49% of fruit and vegetable farmers expect to be out of business by the end of this year. And that is going to kind of increase food prices even further, make us even more unsecure. So the answer, of course, is to think about farming systems, and what this, green transition gives us a kind of huge opportunity to think differently about how we reorganize in favor of farming, in favor of good food for all our citizens, which is just kind of one very important part of how we flourish together in this green transition. So I think the thing is, yes, we have to act now, and we have to kind of think in a very rigorous way about how we put in the infrastructure to support all of us to flourish. It's a huge opportunity.
Sounds like a fairly transformative change. Thank you. Thank you, Hilary. Commissioner.
Good morning. Indeed, we are now 3 weeks before the elections, and this is also the end of the political cycle, so of the political cycle for the von der Leyen Commission. I think it's the right time to remember the fact that when the von der Leyen Commission started, the European Green Deal was his crucial profile. Then, of course, a lot of things happened during these 5 years, a pandemic, the Russian invasion. But after 5 years, I think it is right to ask ourselves if we are regretting the decision taken 4 or 5 years ago to have the Green Deal as the main profile of the von der Leyen Commission. And my answer is definitely no. We are not regretting, or at least we should not regret. First, because of the urgency of the climate crisis. We also, last week, the Copernicus data about what happened from April 23 to March 24, in this year, 100.58% was the increase of temperature at global level. So we are, according to this measure, we are already beyond the 1.5 limit. But it is not only the urgency, it is also the fact that we can deliver on the green transition. Let me only recall a couple of data. First, how are emissions going in the EU? 23 reduction in relation to 22 was 15.5%, which is, of course, a significant number. A second number in 23 was solar power installed in 23 in the EU, 56 gigawatt of solar power, something similar to 56 medium nuclear plants in 1 year. So things are moving, but two but we have. First, of course, we are 7% of the global emission, the EU. what happens in the remaining 93%. And what happens in the remaining 93% brings us to geopolitics, to how we agree at international level, and also how we take measures to avoid that the Europeans being advanced have to suffer serious economic consequences for this. And this is, for example, the rationale of measures like the carbon border adjustment mechanism, a form of carbon tax à la European. So first, what happens globally is very important. And second, the cost of this transition. We will maybe address the issue further in this panel, but we know that we always make calculation of investment needs. So our recent calculation, as you know, I don't know if you know, but our recent calculation is 620 billion of additional investment per year for the green and digital transition in the EU from now to 2030. Where are this enormous mountain of investment coming from? Yesterday we presented our economic spring forecast, and what is clear is that the level of private investment in the European Union is stable. It is not sufficiently increasing. Strange thing, very different from the financial crisis, public investment is continuing to be strong and even on the rise. The level of private investment was rather subdued in the last period because of the economic crisis and all the things you know. So we need a stronger contribution of private investment, and we need, of course, to think of what happens to public investment after the end of Next Generation EU in 2026. But overall, I agree in a certain sense with what Kostis said before. We can adjust, we have to be pragmatic, we have to look to the fairness of the transition, social and regional, affected by the transition, but we cannot make the historical mistake to backtrack on the transition.
Very forceful defense of the EU Green Deal, while also underlining the enormous costs and investment needs that are facing it. Thea, we've heard talk about huge amount of investment that's needed, a huge transition, need to look after vulnerable, talk of a new social contract. Does any of that ring any bells with you when you think about kind of how to manage the reaction to climate change?
Yes, definitely. And yeah, you also start this panel with the question of farmers and the EU elections and populism. And indeed, the farmers had demands. And the question is like, did we listen to them? What did we do? And the question is, should we listen to them? And on our opinion, the best way to address the popular discontent it's to do better policies, social policies and green policies, and to really showcase that the EU and the member states are here to address the needs of the people and to develop policies that basically put the well-being of the people and the citizen at the forefront. And you do not do this with providing populist answers. You do not do this by pretending that you have simple answers to complicated questions, but you do this in transparent, honest, and democratic way. Populists and the rise of the far right, especially now at the forefront of the upcoming elections, are not doing that. This is why also we as the trade unions, we have built our election manifesto and we are trying to explain to the workers how the green transition should look like. And at the forefront, we are putting our demand for just transition directive. So to anticipate the change that it's needed, to manage this change, and of course to include workers in it, through social dialogue, through participation and consultation with workers, through collective bargaining. And indeed, there is going to be a huge investment needed because jobs are going to be lost. We have to think of what's going to happen with people who are losing those jobs and how the communities are going to manage this change. And talking about the investment, what we see now is that only one country so far out of 27 member states has prepared sufficient plans to manage climate change, to reach the Green Deal. Only one country, this is Spain. And when we look at the macroeconomic situation right now, we see that the majority of the countries are not able to do it. They are not able to invest in this change. Also because of the new economic rules and the economic governance that it's imposing new austerity measures to the member states. So we really need to, yes, rethink if the decision to put the Green Deal at the forefront was a good decision. I agree very much. It was the best decision. But now we also need to act and we need to follow this decision, including with the finances that are there. We cannot pretend that if we are doing more cuts in public investments, if we are forcing member states to impose austerity measures, that we will be able to reach the Green Deal. We won't be, and this is why we need to balance the macroeconomic policies with social policies, with environmental policies. And we can only do this by including workers, citizens in it. Otherwise, they will be frightened and they will be led by populists. And maybe just one final thing is that the recent Eurobarometer research shows that people care about equality. The main topic they want to talk about related to the election, it's how to reduce poverty. It's about public health. It's about equality across Europe. So everybody who are doing policies, we need to address this. We should not fall for the traps of the culture wars. We should not fall into the traps of populism. We should answer those demands by doing better policies and, as I said, putting well-being of the citizens and the planet at the forefront.
Thank you, Thea. Very forceful and coherent program of work there for the next commission to think about. We can come back to whether that is likely to happen. Adelaide, what do you see when you must talk to politicians all the time? You do a lot of activism online and offline. You're in front of two politicians now. What do you say to decision makers when you think, oh, maybe they're wavering about whether to go ahead with all this climate stuff? What's the best way to address that, do you feel?
Thank you very much. First of all, the best way is already to be here. Thank you for including the voice of young people who are concerned, who are scared, and more than that, who are engaged. There's a young generation who has come out in the streets taking their rights to protest 5 years ago, and they continue to do so. And their fear is based on facts. It's not radical emotional status, it is real. They are in this fear because there is a huge gap that is growing still today, even with the Green Deal, between what scientists are alerting us on and what we're seeing every day and what our politics are preparing. And this gap is growing. And the Green Deal is not enough as a bridge. So as what we're trying to do as young people is to answer and create that bridge. And this is part of democracy also, because we want to be part of the creation of the answer of facing the climate emergency. So I see that there are movements, and I'm talking about the young climate movements, but this is also relatable to the farmers' movements. What's happening now is that if we are outside in the streets, it means we're feeling excluded from every single other tool of democracy. It means we don't feel listened to, that we don't feel included. And this is normal to see the reaction of farmers, for example, right now. And I want to really address this. There is no opposition from farmers' movements and climate movements. They are actually really aligned demands. The narrative of opposing us is a narrative taken from political, mostly extreme right narratives who want to oppose and find a scope gate, which was the Green Deal. No, we have no other choice but to act facing the climate emergency. And farmers know that. What they're asking is for them to be considered. They want to be financed. They don't want to have two different directions given to them. On the one hand, they have the cap telling them, please produce massively, no matter how you do it, just go for it. And on the other hand, the Green Deal with the farm to fork policy telling them, please respect your land, take some space for biodiversity, which is the farming that we want to see for tomorrow. But we cannot give two different directions, because obviously then again we are creating a gap. And so today what we're trying to continue creating is having more space to be able to be around our leaders and telling them, asking them to include us in the vision, because we need a vision. Especially in moments of elections like today, like you were saying, we can't have rapid reaction to answer whatever could fit in the polls. We need to have leaders that dare to see in the long term. And I know this is not always sexy, but this is what's needed. And so today, at least what I'll be looking for in the elections are leaders with a vision who will never let go of the different crises that we are facing today, and that are willing to see a structural change that are needed in every single sectors. And for that, we need the Green Deal to thrive, to be stronger, to be bigger, and to be in every single sector in the next few years. We cannot let go of our ambition.
Thank you very much. We've heard a lot of impassioned defenses there of the EU Green Deal. But there's also been, we've seen in recent years just how difficult it is politically when we see a surge in energy prices. And Kostis, you were among the ministers who had, national ministers who had to bring in special measures to help those pay their household energy bills. Obviously, those weren't intended to be forever. And there is a kind of trade-off between kind of subsidizing energy costs and aiding investment in the green transition. What are your reflections from that surge in energy prices, and what does it mean for funding the green transition?
First of all, a personal note. I have a little son which is 6.5 years old, so I cannot forget just even for 1 second the need for the politicians to have a courageous approach regarding climate change and the green agenda. Mm-hmm. And having been Minister of Environment and Energy some years ago, 5 years ago, I introduced an ambitious plan concerning the green agenda and the green transition in Greece. Greece, of course, shares the EU vision for making the green transition just and inclusive for all, but first of all, we must have a green agenda. And I would like to share with you some data, 3 actually data concerning the progress made in Greece on this field. First of all, as regards electricity production, we have cut coal use by over 80% over the last years, 80% reduction. Secondly, our emissions are down 43% from 2005. And thirdly, as to renewable energy, we have an advantage due to our geographic position. Wind and solar penetration are the 7th highest worldwide in 2022 in Greece, and installed capacity the 5th highest on per capita basis. But of course, as I said, I was Minister of Environment and Energy 5 years ago. We introduced the green agenda in Greece. We had reactions coming from the regions and the social groups affected. And thanks to the financial assistance of the European Commission and the European Union, we have in place an ambitious plan of just transition, especially as regards the 2 regions affected, mostly Western Macedonia and the municipality of Megalopolis in Peloponnese. We try to have a plan which includes enhanced invest incentives to attract investments, as well as specific land uses for the tens of thousands of acres of land of lignite fields being released. More generally, we have endeavored to promote policies that combine an environmental and social dimension and have used European funds very effectively to this respect. And also, we insist on energy efficiency projects concerning, of course, buildings, having extremely positive results. We have reduced energy consumption in these buildings. We have reduced the cost of energy bills. And of course, we have created thousands, I have to say, of jobs due and thanks to this specific program. So yes, we have to be very ambitious concerning our green agenda. There is no alternative in practice, but of course, we shouldn't ignore the social reactions and the social dimension of this policy. Thank you.
Commissioner, I know you're monitoring very closely what's going on in each of the EU's members and you know, how they're dealing with the green transition, how they're dealing with the surge in energy prices. You know, is Greece indeed the golden child of the EU in this area, or what kind of national policies do you want to see here?
Well, of course, the process is not an easy one. We all know that the reason is also the fact that, okay, we launched the Green Deal, the ambitious objective of reducing 55% of emission by 2030. But then the pandemic came, and then especially the Russian invasion came. And the Russian invasion, in a certain sense, obliged Europeans to move faster in terms of energy efficiency, but at the same time created spike in prices, further difficulties, etc. So we all know what happened. We had during the peak of energy inflation, we had support from national governments to energy prices to avoid excessive social consequences of this situation. Overall, I think we were at the end able to address this crisis. If we look to the situation now, what we see, well, energy prices are still a little bit slightly on the rise, but much, much lower than they were, of course, 1 year and a half ago. Consumption was reduced substantially in Europe. The role of renewables, of course, augmented. And, well, we finished the second winter of the Russian war with the level of storage, of gas storage, very, very high. So I'm not saying that we are now secure for the coming period, but I'm saying that we address these crises with boldness and rather efficiently. Are we okay? No, we are not, of course. Just to make you a single example, we have difficulties. Kostis, the Greek minister, was mentioning the reduction of carbon consumption in its own countries. We still have several countries in the EU with higher difficulties to go out from carbon emissions. And of course, gas is considered a transition source. It's not the final solution. So we are on the course of these changes. I think that at the end of the day, the Russian invasion and the following crisis had ambivalent impact in this transition. That created more problems, social consequences of the high energy prices, but at the same time were an accelerator of this transformation. Or if we want to take it from the optimistic side, they can be considered an accelerator of this transition. Let me only add one single thing. The risk I see, well, I'm not aware of the political debate in each and every country, and we still have a rather limited European political debate for the European elections. So the debates are fragmented in each and every country. Are we discussing seriously the green transition in our national political debates? Well, this is not my impression, following a certain number of countries, my own countries and others. Either we are talking of completely different stories that nothing to do with Europe and the European elections, or we are hearing voices on the green transition that are only the voices of those that are using the difficulties, which of course we all recognize, the sectorial or regional difficulties, to push back the situation. So I think we should, government that are aware of these targets, activists, trade unions, we should unite our forces in these weeks to send a clear message of the fact that, yes, we have to manage difficulties, social problems, but we cannot backtrack from the green transition. This message is not at all clear. I agree with you that the farmers' protests were presented in a unilateral way. I agree. But they were presented in this unilateral way. They are protesting against the Green Deal. And several political decision makers were using this protest against the green transition in national countries. I think this is a danger at 20 days from the elections, and we are still in time to fight against this danger.
20 days to fight the danger. That is a very compelling thought to take us into election season. I'd like to, first of all, remind the audience, thank you for all those of you who have sent in questions via Slido already. If you have any questions, you're watching at home, or you're here in the audience, and you want to send them via Slido, please do let us know with the code EUBEF24. And I'd also just like, before we get onto the questions from the audience, I'd like to ask our remaining panelists, you know, we've heard a lot of talk about measures to protect the most vulnerable, to fend off this wave of populism. We've heard talks of a just transition directive, I hope that's the correct words to use, and of a kind of radical social change. What does that mean in practice? Like what do governments, which governments, what level of government, what do we need to start thinking about doing in order to prepare the social transition and protect the most vulnerable? And who is going to pay for it? Hilary.
Well, thank you. So you kindly presented me as an academic, but actually I'm a community worker, and my work is to work in communities building alternatives that show how we can build systems that help people transition in times of inequality and kind of climate emergency in ways which cost less money and support people better. So we know that we can do it. You know, I work with municipalities who take, you know, hundreds of millions out of their budget whilst adding kind of healthy years of life expectancy. And I think partly it goes to something that Thea talked about, which is that we can only do this if we kind of have a worker-led, a citizen-led transition. And we need to actually invest in those processes and those voices, because none of us like change that is done to us. And at the moment, everybody feels something is being done to them, which just kind of already people are living lives of distress, and that just kind of accentuates the distress. So we need to think about how we invest in those processes. We need to think about what stories do we tell, because as well at the moment we don't have stories about the future, the flourishing future that we could move into. We just have kind of punitive stories of you've got to stop doing this, you've got to stop doing that. I mean, my work, I'm working currently with workers in 5 post-industrial locations in the UK. They are all anti-climate policy because they think this is something that is being done to them by politicians at the centre in Westminster. The minute people start talking about nature on their doorstep, what they're connected to, what their work is, we have a completely different conversation. So it is about how we position those stories. And I mean, an example would be, I'm from London, and we have a mayor who talked about how air quality is a kind of equality issue. Who is dying of bad air? People who live on main arterial roads, and he kind of pushed through policies that changed transport, and everybody thought that this would be a kind of populist overturn. I mean, he stood to his ground, and he has just been returned as mayor in the election. So I think if we can tell stories that, Taya talked about how we should bring kind of workers and ecology together, if we can bring stories of social justice and ecology together, in ways that kind of really strike a meaning, as happened when we bought the welfare state. I mean, I just want to kind of go back to that story. In Europe, we built welfare states when our cities were lying bombed and ruined, and we kind of told stories about what could be, and people joined that story. And that is what we need to do now. And I think that we're not seeing that in any of our countries. Obviously, some of our countries are also doing kind of detrimental policy making as well. But we're not seeing the stories that we need. I want to talk about investment because I think it's a false dichotomy, but I think, have I got 1 minute more just to kind of say, yeah. So I think the other thing about the stories of investment is that this is not a cost. What is going to be a cost is coming down the line with more fire in your country, more floods in my country. Already we see marginal populations in Britain living on floodplains that nobody wants to insure their houses as of next year. This is a real cost. What is not a cost is to invest in the social systems that will protect us, that will allow us to kind of do good work. And as I say, my own work shows that can kind of cost less money. And to invest in the new sectors, because you talked, I think, really importantly about homes and what our homes contribute to kind of, but investing in this is investing in growing whole new sectors of hopefully good unionized work. It's not a cost, it's an investment, and we have to make that investment.
Thank you. Adelaide.
Thank you very much. I'm glad and happy to see that we are aligned on the fact that first, it's too late, that we have passed the 1.5 degree. Let's just take 1 second to realize that we are at the Paris Agreement right now. We are passing our promises, the promises that leaders have made to citizens across the world. This is a big danger. So we are already too late. I think we should also ask ourselves, what made the Green Deal appear? Political courage? But also citizens' mobilization. So if citizens are not engaged and don't feel connected, it won't happen politically. I strongly believe that the real leaders here in the room are citizens. Then I want to emphasize the fact that climate change, as it was already mentioned, is deeply rooted in inequalities. The people who pollute, the people who have massively contributed to climate change, are the people with the most economical capital. On the other hand, the people who suffer the most from climate change are the ones who have the least economical capital. Now, once we have this base, we know that there is no other choice but to put policies that are social policies. We have to have every single climate policy as a social policy. Everything has to be just. And our biggest threat is actually a big social crisis. This is our threat to the Green Deal, I believe. Now, there are 2 things we should work on. First, democracy, including citizens. We have tried with, for example, the Conference of the Future of Europe, trying to include citizens through deliberative democracy. I believe this is the future of democracy if we take into account recommendations. It has been proven that citizens are more ambitious than even the most ambitious politicians, because they feel included, because they feel they are being heard, they are willing to constrain themselves. They're willing to put real, courageous policies on the table. And so I believe we should structurally include citizens inside every single debate and decision-making process. And then, since we agree, I believe we should go into the core debate, which is our economical system. Today, our economical system is still based on fossil fuel exploitation. We're not able to go away from that. We have been facing climate emergency for the last 50 years. That's before my birth. And since then, we have not changed our political or economical system. So we need, I believe, to change the carrots that we're giving ourselves in order to change direction. The only goal that we have right now as a society is assuring GDP growth. I think we have to align other indicators. Otherwise, we will make the same moves. We will make the same destruction that we have that has led us to here. And for that, actually, and you know it, the European Commission is already working on it. There is this preliminary study, that is talking about GDP plus 3, that is mentioning the shortcomings of focusing only on GDP. Knowing that GDP doesn't care what you produce. It can be destructive, it can be of good quality, it doesn't look at that. We should look at it. Today we have to also reduce our production. This is the core problem of climate emergency. If we are only focusing on climate emergency, which is, we all know, not the only problem, as we're facing many planetary boundaries. Even the creator of the GDP indicator said it himself, Simon Kuznets, he said this indicator should never stand alone in order to analyze the economic and the social progress. So we have to work in the next year as the EU on many other indicators that are aligned and standing next to the GDP for now. And this is something that we are already working on with social, environmental, and institutional indicators. This is the work of GDP plus 3 that will come out very soon. I urge you to go read that, and I urge you to push and defend this through your work. And lastly, the real debate is that for the moment, there has been no proof of long-term, efficient, and fast decoupling of GDP growth and greenhouse gases. So how do we do this? For the moment, the only decoupling that we have seen is very slow, and it would take us 150 years to make it. Is GDP growth the fastest and the most efficient way to reach climate neutrality and an environmental and social fairness in Europe?
Thank you, Adelaide. And Thea, I just very quickly, because I want to move on and ensure our audience has a chance to ask questions as well, but just to kind of sum up, based on what you've heard today, are you impressed that the Green Deal can be saved? Do you think that there's still a future for a just and green transition?
Yeah, I'm actually very pleased to hear the voices on social justice and climate justice, because basically social justice and climate justice are two sides of the same coin. There is no social justice if there is no climate justice, and there cannot be any climate justice if there's no social justice. And indeed, we have to overcome those inequalities because, yes, climate change has a bigger impact on people who have less, on women, on workers in precarious jobs, on all of the workers who cannot afford to deal with the climate changes. And when talking about policies and how to overcome them, the cohesion should be at the forefront, because what we do not talk a lot about, it's also the differences between the countries, between the member states. Right now, most of the subventions would go to France and Germany only, 80% of them, while we know that Central and South Europe and East Europe, it's facing difficulties in committing to reach the climate targets. So also our investment has to go to basically address those challenges. And we can do a lot already, because as you said as well, we are financing companies that are not align with our goals. And we can simply do this with public procurement. 14% of EU GDP it's part of the public procurement. So we decide who do we finance. We decide where public money go. And it is up to us to put some kind of criteria. And we need to put social conditionalities and climate conditionalities. We cannot finance companies that do not respect workers' rights, that do trade union busting, and we cannot respect companies that doesn't respect the planet and the climate. So we have tools in our hands. It's just a question indeed of a political will if we're going to do it. And I believe that workers and citizens and young people, we are committed. And this is what we are calling for all of our members right now, to have those thoughts when they go to the election polls, to basically base their decision on who is going to present a vision of a Europe that is going to correspond to our needs and basically, create a better future for all of us.
Thank you, Thea. I'm going to turn now to the questions we've got on Slido, and then perhaps a question from the audience. So be ready to put your hands up when we get to that moment. We've got a question online from Willem, who asks, how can Europe invest in the crises of climate, the cost of living, and Russian aggression, while simultaneously limiting public finances through policy, and in particular, it's the EU's new economic governance framework? Adelaide, I know you've spoken out against the new fiscal rules that the EU has just introduced because of the space they do or don't allow for green investment. What's your feeling on this? And then I'll turn to the Commissioner who's responsible for them.
I guess Mr. Commissioner is the best to answer this question, but obviously for me, the way I see it is that we have no other choice but to invest. We need to go through this. We need to go beyond this debt. This is what we did for COVID. Is climate change not an emergency? Is this where we don't want to invest? And investing in the future, investing in my generation, is assuring that we are facing those crises, and that we're putting the money on the table to make sure that we're doing it. And actually, the Institute of Rousseau analyzed this and said we need to double the public investment, right? So it's not a time where we can cut this, because it's not a time when we can afford this change. We need to put the money on the table. And if we are looking at our debt ratio, it's important also to highlight that we are at a 90% of debt ratio of GDP. The US is at 126%. Japan is at 263%. So where does this debate come from, and why are we not willing to invest in what really matters for us today?
Commissioner, are we failing to take this emergency seriously enough, as Adelaide suggests?
Oh, of course. As I said before, we need a mountain of investment in the coming years, decades. This is, of course, only partially something that can be provided by public investments. Most of these investments need to be private investment. So we have two different and related issues to address. One is, then in our language we call it capital markets union, a lot of things like this, how to make the environment for private investment better, stronger in Europe. Hard task, because when we have panels like this one, you can't find a single European policymaker against the capital markets union, for example. When you meet among finance ministers, it's very difficult also to make very limited steps towards this, because each and every country is, understandably, if you want, jealous of its own tradition, its own differences, its own supervision system, its own saving tool, etc. But here, I think the next political cycle should give really an answer, because we can't continue to have such an enormous difference in our capacity to invest private investment from the US and other global actors. As far as public investments are concerned, I'm rather proud of what the Commission and the EU realized in the last years. I think we have the bigger program of public investment of the European history ongoing, Next Generation EU. You know that large part of this is connected also to the green transition, more or less 40% of this 800 billion. If we compare what happened after the financial crisis to what is happening now, it is easy to see that after the financial crisis, public investments went down and down and down in Europe, year after year. After the pandemic crisis, we have public investments increasing, still increasing, and increasing also in our projections for next year and the year to come. So, of course, I am perfectly aware of the fact that there is a big discussion among European member states, those that are more attentive to the debt, even with an obsession of the debt, and those that are much more oriented to common investment. I'm not entering in this discussion, I'm only saying that for me it is clear that we need and we will need in the coming years, not only after the pandemic, large amount of public investment. So the real alternative is how will we realize this large amount of public investment? At national level, only if this happens, this will undermine the single market, not cohesion at all, differences among countries, those with large pockets and others. So it is inevitable, if we are serious, that part of this investment that we need will be realized also after Next Generation EU with common tools for common goals. I know that this was impossible even to discuss 5 years ago. It was a sort of crazy idea in the European institution. Now it is possible because we are coming after the experience of Next Generation EU, but I think that this is urgent to establish the way for us to use common tools for common goals of investments. Green transition, first of all. If we are not able to do so, to put money on this process, look to the other global actors. Are they putting public money in the process, or are they only using private money? They are using private money, of course, but they are putting a lot of public money. So for the just transition, for the innovation in the different sectors that we need, for upskilling and reskilling of workers, we need investments, but we need also, at a certain degree, common investment. The experience we had with the SURE mechanism and Next Generation EU cannot be limited to the pandemic emergency.
Thank you, Commissioner. Minister, you're one of the, Greece is one of the countries that's obviously faced its great challenges on fiscal policy in the quite recent past. Do you feel these new rules coming from Brussels leave you the space you need to make investment in the green transition?
We face, as you said, as you rightly said, important fiscal challenges. At the same time, we are affected in a dramatic way by natural disasters due to the climate change. So I have in mind both dimensions. Anyway, I think the Commissioner expressed, had a common sense approach in his intervention, but I would like to add some more some additional points. First of all, let's suppose that the fiscal rules adopted recently by the Council and the Parliament were not in place. What would happen in this case? The previous rules would be in place, so no solution. It took to us many months to negotiate. The Commissioner is aware of all the details of these very difficult negotiations. And at the end of the day, we reached one more, let's say, European compromise. Nobody expressed its enthusiasm about this compromise, but I think it is an acceptable compromise. And please don't forget, because we learned in Greece the hard way in the previous decade, fiscal prudence is imposed first and foremost by the markets. If you totally ignore this dimension of fiscal prudence, then you may learn the lessons we learned in Greece in the previous decade. Anyway, I believe that compared to the previous fiscal rules, there is an advantage in these rules. The new rules leave more space for green investment, more space. Member states who commit in undertaking them can ask for an extension of the adjustment period for a maximum of 7 years. This is the first point I would like to make. And then I would like to focus on what Commissioner Gentiloni has started to do. We have in practice to combine public funding with private funding. And in order to find the necessary private funding as the European Union, we have to take very seriously into account the Letta report on single market and the upcoming Draghi report on competitiveness. The Capital Market Union is an important tool, could be an important tool, provided, of course, that the member states, as the Commissioner rightly said, take the necessary decisions. Political courage is needed, not only just declarations and resolutions. Because there is private funding which do not take advantage of. And secondly, I have to underline the public funding dimension as regards the green agenda and the climate change. RRF, the Recovery and Resilience Fund, is a clear proof that we have made some concrete steps forward. It is more than positive that the leaders of the European Union, together with the European Commission, adopted this new tool. This tool expires in 2 years' time. So what is next? You are anxious, rightly so, about the future. We have to respond. Okay, we have to mobilize private funding, but public funding as well. The European Union cannot be absent. So we have to start, Commissioner, thinking about the future of RRF, about the future of the community's budget, the European Union's budget. It would be a bit bizarre, on the one hand, for us to declare that climate change is a top priority, and then, if we look to the budget, not to have sufficient funding for this objective. So this is our position, and I hope that you all agree.
Taya, I did think you wanted to come in on those points just very quickly, so we still have time for a question from the audience.
Yeah, also, of course, trade unions, we are very much against the new fiscal rules and austerity measures. And I think that, yeah, this is a very clear proof of the lack of vision that we have been talking about. Yes, if we compare the previous very bad options, and now we have still a very bad option, but a little bit better. You know, like, this is not what citizens expect. Like, there is an alternative, and this is the debate going beyond the debt. Because this debt and these calculations are done on the calculation and estimations from the 5 decades ago and do not correspond to the current needs. And we see the example where the debate and the narrative and the vision goes beyond debt. And I think we cannot fool people anymore saying that the Green Deal is a priority. I'm sorry, but it's not, because EU, it's lagging behind. Clearly, it's not a priority if we are not willing to invest in it. And if we don't invest in it, if we impose austerity measures, we are going to increase unemployment. We are not going to provide public services that are needed. We are not going to have enough firefighters who are going to deal with the climate catastrophes. We're not going to have enough doctors, we're not going to have enough nurses, and we're not going to have enough teachers. We are already seeing all of this, and we cannot pretend that the current fiscal rules are going to be sufficient enough. This is not what people care about. The EU barometer and the predictions for the election shows they care about reducing poverty. They care about public health. If we are not investing in this, again, we're going to disappoint voters, and we know what disappointed voters look for. Simple solutions, and they believe people who are going to promise everything and of course then not deliver, and this is the far right. So let's not risk of having this in 3 months at the elections.
Thank you, Taya. We've just a few minutes left, and I'd like to turn to the audience. So if you have a burning question for our panel in these closing minutes before lunch, please make yourself known. There's a gentleman here in the front row. Please say your name and where you're from.
Thank you very much. My name is Sahi Bayramli. I'm studying global health and risk management at the University of Bonn in Germany. The last speaker, Madame, said a lot about public health and social norms. My question is for all who wants to answer. We all know that not every time giving money is not the solution. We need some other determinants to act and to start from somewhere. My question is, should we not think or rethink about making the Green Deal possible throughout education, or to go to universities, to go to schools and start from that point? Is it not a priority to start with? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Should the Green Deal be a priority within our education systems? I think that's a fair summary of that question. Who has a view on that? Hilary.
I think also very importantly in that question was that the old ways of reaching solutions to these problems are not going to work. And I think, also in the question you read out from Gwilym, he raised the issue of defence. And it is true that the gains we've made socially have been because we have not in the last decades had to spend on defence. And I think that this goes to the heart of the matter, which is how do we mobilise citizens who are part of the answer to all of these questions, whether it's new forms of education, new forms of public health, supporting us in Europe as we grow older. So I think that this is a moment where we have to think, how do we step forward together, government and civil society, to design these solutions? We have lots of things happening all across Europe. They're quite marginal. They're not generally presented in conferences like this, but we can join them together and see that there are different ways of approaching this. And I think that your question also asked that, which is really important.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. I remember right after, during our protest, we prepared a letter for every single school in Belgium addressing the directors and asking them, don't leave the kids alone. Educate us. We want to know. We want to understand. Obviously, we're not climate experts, but we are legitimate to share that we are scared. And this is still not something ingrained in our educational system. So obviously, this is something more on the national level that has to be addressed. But it's super crucial to give that vision and to assure that not only young people, but citizens in general can access this education and have it. It should be part of our educational system, and it's really not. It's really not. I've been a climate activist, and every education I've had through activism, like about climate change, was outside of my educational system, which is really a shame and sad.
That's a very inspirational answer and a very inspirational way to end our panel, talking about the role of young people and the education system. We are now pushing up against our deadline, and I'm sure you're all extremely keen to get to lunch. So we're going to have to end it there. I'm just going to say thank you to my excellent panelists for what has been a really timely and interesting discussion. So many thanks to you, Kostis Hatzidakis, Hilary Cottam, Paolo Gentiloni, Teo Yates, and Adelaide Charlier. Thank you very much. And for those of you in the audience, we are now going to be taking a break. But don't go too far, because we'll be back immediately after lunch, and we'll be joined by many other equally fascinating speakers, including the European Commissioner for Energy, Kadri Simpson, and MEP Danuta Hübner. I've been told to say if you registered for a side session during the lunch break, those start upstairs on the second floor at 1:15, and if you're in any doubt where to go, just ask one of the conference organizers. Otherwise, I wish you all bon appétit, and I look forward to seeing you again at 2:15.
To the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. Now, that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Moi, je garde ça dans le fond de mon cœur depuis des années. J'y pense tous les matins, mais j'en parle pas. Eh bien, Robin, c'est que je ne devrais pas être ici aujourd'hui. J'aurais dû être morte le 17 juin 1940.
Na 21. jsem měla telefon, že nás obsazuje armáda. Což jsme považovali za něco, že to vůbec není možné. To byl takový šok.
How do you feel about what's happened here in Prague?
We hope that we will have again the freedom and our democracy.
J'avais 11 ans quand la guerre a commencé et 12 quand les soldats sont arrivés. Il y en avait partout. Je descends mes 10 marches avec mon compotier, j'arrive dans le jardin, ta 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 ta. Maman a été tuée sur moi pour me protéger. Vous savez, quand on a 12 ans, qu'on se relève et que voit sa maman morte qui vous protège, on n'oublie pas.
În Timișoara s-a atras în tineret în fața catedralei.
Mijn vader is Auschwitz gestuurd en daar vermoord. En mijn moeder kon mij meegeven in de wetenschap dat ze misschien mij nooit meer terug zou zien. Ik had geen ooms en tantes, dat vond ik wel raar. Ik had ook geen grootouders. Iedereen had grootouders. Ik had niemand.
Non si deve mai dare per scontato la democrazia, ma bisogna sempre sostenerla e proteggerla.
To 17. listopadu, kdy všechno začalo. Byla veliká demonstrace studentů. Policisté napadli demonstranty, zmlátili je. To byl ten moment, kdy začala tā revoluce, takzvaná.
Pēc neatkarības atgūšanas Latvija bija brīva zeme. Cilvēki varēja brīvi izteikt savas domas par demokrātiju.
Ma col muro di Berlino, secondo me, l'emancipazione di tutta l'Europa.
Lieve Suzanne, lieve Suus.
Jsem ráda, že jsi takový, jaký jsi, a za to tě mám moc ráda.
Je weet, ik ben geboren in een jaar dat de wereld in brand stond. Zoiets bepaalt voor een groot deel je leven. Gelukkig ben jij geboren in een tijd van vrede en welvaart.
Pořád si uvědomovat, že ta svoboda a demokracie tady nebyla vždycky. A že o ní můžeme strašně rychle přijít.
Bisogna lottarla per ottenerla. Bisogna sempre stare vigili e lottare.
Si je peux laisser un message avant de partir, vivez la démocratie. Entendez-vous les uns les autres.
Passt gut auf die Demokratie auf, wenn ich nicht mehr bin.
Je to na mě a je to na nás, na naší generaci. V Evropě.
From virtual assistants to facial recognition, artificial intelligence is already part of our daily lives. It's also transforming our economy and society in sectors such as medicine, transport, and energy. Artificial intelligence may promise great benefits, but it may also pose serious challenges. So, do the benefits outweigh the risks? AI could be an important driver of innovation and productivity. It could create new job opportunities, improve the skills of our workforce, bring about a new generation of products and services, boost economic growth, and reduce costs. But artificial intelligence also raises concerns. It could lead to a loss of jobs and further inequalities, affect our privacy and personal data, have a negative environmental impact, and raise ethical concerns. Where do you stand on that? It's time to have your say. Tune in to the Brussels Economic Forum on the 16th of May. Listen to the debate and vote on whether the advantages of artificial intelligence could outweigh the risks.
Olá, então, onde é que estás? Estás atrasado.
All across Portugal and beyond, the EU is investing in the future of Europe. Putting green, affordable transport at the heart of our communities. And 21st century healthcare in the palm of your hand. Not to mention growing the expertise needed for tomorrow's world. Because in Europe, we know that investing in skills doesn't just create inspiring careers, it creates hope too. Together, we're investing in a future we can all believe in. Discover how the EU's Recovery and Resilience Facility is investing in your future on our website.
Are you a project promoter looking for finance in one of the EU policy priority areas? Sustainable infrastructure, research, innovation and digitization, small and medium-sized businesses, social investment and skills. Whether you are a small company owner seeking capital growth or project company investing in large infrastructure, do you have a project and are looking for financing? Or do you need advice on how to improve your investment project to obtain financing? The Invest EU programme helps you access financing, provides advisory support, or combines both. The European Commission, with its Invest EU fund and its €26.2 billion EU budget guarantee, enables and facilitates access to finance. Do you have a clear idea of a project and are you ready to submit it for financing? To apply for financing, you must apply directly to one of InvestEU's implementing partners. They have the geographical spread, local presence, experience and specialisation to meet your needs. The European Investment Bank Group is the main implementing partner with an EU-wide focus. Other implementing partners are national promotional banks or other international financial institutions. If you are still in the project development phase, the InvestEU Advisory Hub helps you through the entire project lifecycle before the financing stage. You can get help preparing and structuring your project and learning about financing options. If you need support on your business plan or financial structure of the investment project, send your request for support through the central entry point of the InvestEU Advisory Hub and follow the step-by-step guide. Visit investeu.europa.eu.
Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. Now that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Moi, je garde ça dans le fond de mon cœur depuis des années. J'y pense tous les matins, mais j'en parle pas. Eh bien, Robin, c'est que je ne devrais pas être ici aujourd'hui. J'aurais dû être morte le 17 juin 1940.
Na 21. jsem měla telefon, že nás obsazuje armáda. Což jsme považovali za něco, že to vůbec není možné. To byl takový šok.
How do you feel about what's happened here in Prague?
We hope that we will have again the freedom and our democracy.
J'avais 11 ans quand la guerre a commencé et 12 quand les soldats sont arrivés. Il y en avait partout. Je descends mes 10 marches avec mon compotier, j'arrive dans le jardin, ta 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 ta. Maman a été tuée sur moi pour me protéger. Vous savez, quand on a 12 ans qu'on soit là avec sa maman morte qui vous protège, on n'oublie pas.
În Timișoara s-a atras în tineret în fața catedralei.
Mijn vader is Auschwitz gestuurd en daar vermoord. En mijn moeder kon mij meegeven in de wetenschap dat ze misschien mij nooit meer terug zou zien. Ik had geen ooms en tantes, dat vond ik wel raar. Ik had ook geen grootouders. Iedereen had grootouders. Ik had niemand.
Non si deve mai dare per scontato la democrazia, ma bisogna sempre sostenerla e proteggerla.
To 17. listopadu, kdy všechno začalo. Byla veliká demonstrace studentů. Policisté napadli demonstranty, zmlátili je. To byl ten moment, kdy začala ta revoluce, takzvaná.
Pēc neatkarības atgūšanas Latvija bija brīva zeme. Cilvēki varēja brīvi izteikt savas domas par demokrātiju.
Ma col muro di Berlino, secondo me, l'emancipazione di tutta l'Europa.
Lieve Suzanne, lieve Suus.
Jsem ráda, že jsi takový, jaký jsi, a za to tě mám moc ráda.
Je weet, ik ben geboren in een jaar dat de wereld in brand stond. Zoiets bepaalt voor een groot deel je leven. Gelukkig ben jij geboren in een tijd van vrede en welvaart.
Pořád si uvědomovat, že ta svoboda a demokracie tady nebyla vždycky. A že o ní můžeme strašně rychle přijít.
Bisogna lottarla per ottenerla. Bisogna sempre stare vigili e lottare.
Si je peux laisser un message avant de partir, vivez la démocratie. Entendez-vous les uns des autres.
Passt gut auf die Demokratie auf, wenn ich nicht mehr bin.
Je to na mě a je to na nás, na naší generaci. V Evropě.
From virtual assistants to facial recognition, artificial intelligence is already part of our daily lives. It's also transforming our economy and society in sectors such as medicine, transport, and energy. Artificial intelligence may promise great benefits, but it may also pose serious challenges. So, do the benefits outweigh the risks? AI could be an important driver of innovation and productivity. It could create new job opportunities, improve the skills of our workforce, bring about a new generation of products and services, boost economic growth, and reduce costs. But artificial intelligence also raises concerns. It could lead to a loss of jobs and further inequalities, affect our privacy and personal data, have a negative environmental impact, and raise ethical concerns. Where do you stand on that? It's time to have your say. Tune in to the Brussels Economic Forum on the 16th of May. Listen to the debate and vote on whether the advantages of artificial intelligence could outweigh the risks.
Η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση ανακοίνωσε 36 δισεκατομμύρια.
Καλά, Ευρώπη. Έχει κάνει τίποτα πραγματικά για μας. Λοιπόν, πού θα πάμε, Δεσποινής?
Θα σας δείξω.
All across Greece and beyond, the EU is investing in the future of Europe, harnessing the latest technology for a more sustainable, affordable tomorrow, and building the resilient, future-proof healthcare and public services which we all depend on.
Τώρα που πάμε?
Συγγνώμη, μόλις έκλεισε ένα ραντεβού online.
Not to mention 21st century mobility, however you choose to get around.
Και δεν αναφέρθηκα καν στο ταξί σας ακόμα.
Together, we're investing in a future where everyone's welcome. Discover how the EU's Recovery and Resilience Facility is investing in your future on our website.
Are you a project promoter looking for finance in one of the EU policy priority areas, sustainable infrastructure, research, innovation and digitization, small and medium-sized businesses, social investment and skills? Whether you are a small company owner seeking capital growth or project company investing in large infrastructure, do you have a project and are looking for financing? Or do you need advice on how to improve your investment project to obtain financing? The Invest EU programme helps you access financing, provides advisory support, or combines both. The European Commission, with its Invest EU fund and its €26.2 billion EU budget guarantee, enables and facilitates access to finance. Do you have a clear idea of a project and are you ready to submit it for financing? To apply for financing, you must apply directly to one of InvestEU's implementing partners. They have the geographical spread, local presence, experience and specialisation to meet your needs. The European Investment Bank Group is the main implementing partner with an EU-wide focus. Other implementing partners are national promotional banks or other international financial institutions. If you are still in the project development phase, the InvestEU Advisory Hub helps you through the entire project lifecycle before the financing stage. You can get help preparing and structuring your project and learning about financing options. If you need support on your business plan or financial structure of the investment project, send your request for support through the central entry point of the InvestEU Advisory Hub and follow the step-by-step guide. Visit investeu.europa.eu.
Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. Now that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Moi, je garde ça dans le fond de mon cœur depuis des années. J'y pense tous les matins, mais j'en parle pas. Eh bien, Robin, c'est que je ne devrais pas être ici aujourd'hui. J'aurais dû être morte le 17 juin 1940.
Na 21. jsem měla telefon, že nás obsazuje armáda. Což jsme považovali za něco, že to vůbec není možné. To byl takový šok.
How do you feel about what's happened here in Prague?
We hope that we will have again the freedom and our democracy.
J'avais 11 ans quand la guerre a commencé et 12 quand les soldats sont arrivés. Il y en avait partout. Je descends mes 10 marches avec mon compotier, j'arrive dans le jardin, ta 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 ta. Maman était tuée sur moi pour me protéger. Vous savez, quand on a 12 ans qu'on se relève avec sa maman morte qui vous protège, on n'oublie pas.
În Timișoara s-a atras în tineret în fața catedralei.
Mijn vader is Auschwitz gestuurd en daar vermoord. En mijn moeder kon mij meegeven in de wetenschap dat ze misschien mij nooit meer terug zou zien. Ik had geen ooms en tantes, dat vond ik wel raar. Ik had ook geen grootouders. Iedereen had grootouders. Ik had niemand.
Non si deve mai dare per scontato la democrazia, ma bisogna sempre sostenerla e proteggerla.
To 17. listopadu, kdy všechno začalo. Byla veliká demonstrace studentů. Policisté napadli demonstranty, zmlátili je. To byl ten moment, kdy začala ta revoluce, takzvaná.
Pēc neatkarības atgūšanas Latvija bija brīva zeme. Cilvēki varēja brīvi izteikt savas domas par demokrātiju.
Ma col muro di Berlino, secondo me, l'emancipazione di tutta l'Europa.
Lieve Suzanne, lieve Suus.
Jsem ráda, že jsi takový, jaký jsi, a za to tě mám moc ráda.
Je weet, ik ben geboren in een jaar dat de wereld in brand stond. Zoiets bepaalt voor een groot deel je leven. Gelukkig ben jij geboren in een tijd van vrede en welvaart.
Pořád si uvědomovat, že ta svoboda a demokracie tady nebyla vždycky. A že o ní můžeme strašně rychle přijít.
Bisogna lottarla per ottenerla. Bisogna sempre stare vigili e lottare.
Si je peux laisser un message avant de partir, vivez la démocratie. Entendez-vous les uns des autres.
Passt gut auf die Demokratie auf, wenn ich nicht mehr bin.
Je to na mě a je to na nás, na naší generaci. V Evropě.
From virtual assistants to facial recognition, artificial intelligence is already part of our daily lives. It's also transforming our economy and society in sectors such as medicine, transport, and energy. Artificial intelligence may promise great benefits, but it may also pose serious challenges. So, do the benefits outweigh the risks? AI could be an important driver of innovation and productivity. It could create new job opportunities, improve the skills of our workforce, bring about a new generation of products and services, boost economic growth, and reduce costs. But artificial intelligence also raises concerns. It could lead to a loss of jobs and further inequalities, affect our privacy and personal data, have a negative environmental impact, and raise ethical concerns. Where do you stand on that? It's time to have your say. Tune in to the Brussels Economic Forum on the 16th of May. Listen to the debate and vote on whether the advantages of artificial intelligence could outweigh the risks.
All across Belgium and beyond, the EU is investing in the future of Europe. Developing the skills and the expertise we need for the jobs of tomorrow, and building the infrastructure we need to get there. Not to mention the sustainable public transport which brings us together. The EU supports modern learning facilities and digital education for the next generation, and 21st century mobility to take us all from A to B, with less CO2 emissions and less traffic. Together, we're investing in something beautiful. Our future, of course. Discover how the Recovery and Resilience Facility is investing in your future on our website.
Are you a project promoter looking for finance in one of the EU policy priority areas? Sustainable infrastructure, research, innovation and digitization, small and medium-sized businesses, social investment and skills. Whether you are a small company owner seeking capital growth or project company investing in large infrastructure, do you have a project and are looking for financing? Or do you need advice on how to improve your investment project to obtain financing? The Invest EU programme helps you access financing, provides advisory support, or combines both. The European Commission, with its Invest EU fund and its €26.2 billion EU budget guarantee, enables and facilitates access to finance. Do you have a clear idea of a project and are you ready to submit it for financing? To apply for financing, you must apply directly to one of InvestEU's implementing partners. They have the geographical spread, local presence, experience and specialisation to meet your needs. The European Investment Bank Group is the main implementing partner with an EU-wide focus. Other implementing partners are national promotional banks or other international financial institutions. If you are still in the project development phase, the InvestEU Advisory Hub helps you through the entire project lifecycle before the financing stage. You can get help preparing and structuring your project and learning about financing options. If you need support on your business plan or financial structure of the investment project, send your request for support through the central entry point of the InvestEU Advisory Hub and follow the step-by-step guide. Visit investeu.europa.eu.
Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. Now, that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Moi, je garde ça dans le fond de mon cœur depuis des années. J'y pense tous les matins, mais j'en parle pas. Eh bien, Robin, c'est que je ne devrais pas être ici aujourd'hui. J'aurais dû être morte le 17 juin 1940.
Na 21. jsem měla telefon, že nás obsazuje armáda. Což jsme považovali za něco, že to vůbec není možné. To byl takový šok.
How do you feel about what's happened here in Prague?
We hope that we will have again the freedom and our democracy.
J'avais 11 ans quand la guerre a commencé et 12 quand les soldats sont arrivés. Il y en avait partout. Je descends mes 10 marches avec mon compotier, j'arrive dans le jardin, ta 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 ta. Maman a été tuée sur moi pour me protéger. Vous savez, quand on a 12 ans qu'on se relève et qu'on voit sa maman morte qui vous protège, on n'oublie pas.
În Timișoara s-a atras în tineret în fața catedralei.
Mijn vader is Auschwitz gestuurd en daar vermoord. En mijn moeder kon mij meegeven in de wetenschap dat ze misschien mij nooit meer terug zou zien. Ik had geen ooms en tantes, dat vond ik wel raar. Ik had ook geen grootouders. Iedereen had grootouders. Ik had niemand.
Non si deve mai dare per scontato la democrazia, ma bisogna sempre sostenerla e proteggerla.
To 17. listopadu, kdy všechno začalo. Byla veliká demonstrace studentů. Policisté napadli demonstranty, zmlátili je. To byl ten moment, kdy začala tā revoluce, takzvaná.
Pēc neatkarības atgūšanas Latvija bija brīva zeme. Cilvēki varēja brīvi izteikt savas domas par demokrātiju.
Beh, col muro di Berlino, secondo me, l'emancipazione di tutta l'Europa.
Lieve Suzanne, lieve Suus.
Jsem ráda, že jsi takový, jaký jsi, a za to tě mám moc ráda.
Je weet, ik ben geboren in een jaar dat de wereld in brand stond. Zoiets bepaalt voor een groot deel je leven. Gelukkig ben jij geboren in een tijd van vrede en welvaart.
Pořád si uvědomovat, že ta svoboda a demokracie tady nebyla vždycky. A že o ní můžeme strašně rychle přijít.
Bisogna lottarla per ottenerla. Bisogna sempre stare vigili et lottare.
Si je peux laisser un message avant de partir, vivez la démocratie. Entendez-vous les uns les autres.
Passt gut auf die Demokratie auf, wenn ich nicht mehr bin.
Je to na mě a je to na nás, na naší generaci. V Evropě.
From virtual assistants to facial recognition, artificial intelligence is already part of our daily lives. It's also transforming our economy and society in sectors such as medicine, transport, and energy. Artificial intelligence may promise great benefits, but it may also pose serious challenges. So, do the benefits outweigh the risks? AI could be an important driver of innovation and productivity. It could create new job opportunities, improve the skills of our workforce, bring about a new generation of products and services, boost economic growth, and reduce costs. But artificial intelligence also raises concerns. It could lead to a loss of jobs and further inequalities, affect our privacy and personal data, have a negative environmental impact, and raise ethical concerns. Where do you stand on that? It's time to have your say. Tune in to the Brussels Economic Forum on the 16th of May. Listen to the debate and vote on whether the advantages of artificial intelligence could outweigh the risks.
Olá, então, onde é que estás? Estás atrasado.
All across Portugal and beyond, the EU is investing in the future of Europe. Putting green, affordable transport at the heart of our communities. And 21st century healthcare in the palm of your hand. Not to mention growing the expertise needed for tomorrow's world. Because in Europe, we know that investing in skills doesn't just create inspiring careers, it creates hope too. Together, we're investing in a future we can all believe in. Discover how the EU's Recovery and Resilience Facility is investing in your future on our website.
Are you a project promoter looking for finance in one of the EU policy priority areas? Sustainable infrastructure, research, innovation and digitization, small and medium-sized businesses, social investment and skills. Whether you are a small company owner seeking capital growth or project company investing in large infrastructure, do you have a project and are looking for financing? Or do you need advice on how to improve your investment project to obtain financing? The Invest EU programme helps you access financing, provides advisory support, or combines both. The European Commission, with its Invest EU fund and its €26.2 billion EU budget guarantee, enables and facilitates access to finance. Do you have a clear idea of a project and are you ready to submit it for financing? To apply for financing, you must apply directly to one of InvestEU's implementing partners. They have the geographical spread, local presence, experience and specialisation to meet your needs. The European Investment Bank Group is the main implementing partner with an EU-wide focus. Other implementing partners are national promotional banks or other international financial institutions. If you are still in the project development phase, the InvestEU Advisory Hub helps you through the entire project lifecycle before the financing stage. You can get help preparing and structuring your project and learning about financing options. If you need support on your business plan or financial structure of the investment project, send your request for support through the central entry point of the InvestEU Advisory Hub and follow the step-by-step guide. Visit investeu.europa.eu.
Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. Now that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Moi, je garde ça dans le fond de mon cœur depuis des années. J'y pense tous les matins, mais j'en parle pas. Eh bien, Robin, c'est que je ne devrais pas être ici aujourd'hui. J'aurais dû être morte le 17 juin 1940.
Na 21. jsem měla telefon, že nás obsazuje armáda. Což jsme považovali za něco, že to vůbec není možné. To byl takový šok.
How do you feel about what's happened here in Prague?
We hope that we will have again the freedom and our democracy.
J'avais 11 ans quand la guerre a commencé et 12 quand les soldats sont arrivés. Il y en avait partout. Je descends mes 10 marches avec mon compotier, j'arrive dans le jardin, ta 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 ta. Maman a été tuée sur moi pour me protéger. Vous savez, quand on a 12 ans qu'on se relève et qu'on voit sa maman morte qui vous protège, on n'oublie pas.
În Timișoara s-a atras în tineret în fața catedralei.
Mijn vader is Auschwitz gestuurd en daar vermoord. En mijn moeder kon mij meegeven in de wetenschap dat ze misschien mij nooit meer terug zou zien. Ik had geen ooms en tantes, dat vond ik wel raar. Ik had ook geen grootouders. Iedereen had grootouders. Ik had niemand.
Non si deve mai dare per scontato la democrazia, ma bisogna sempre sostenerla e proteggerla.
Toho 17. listopadu, kdy všechno začalo, Byla veliká demonstrace studentů. Policisté napadli demonstranty, zmlátili je. To byl ten moment, kdy začala ta revoluce, takzvaná.
Pēc neatkarības atgūšanas Latvija bija brīva zeme. Cilvēki varēja brīvi izteikt savas domas par demokrātiju.
Ma col muro di Berlino, secondo me, l'emancipazione di tutta l'Europa.
Lieve Suzanne, lieve Suus.
Jsem ráda, že jsi takový, jaký jsi, a za to tě mám moc ráda.
Je weet, ik ben geboren in een jaar dat de wereld in brand stond. Zoiets bepaalt voor een groot deel je leven. Gelukkig ben jij geboren in een tijd van vrede en welvaart.
Pořád si uvědomovat, že ta svoboda a demokracie tady nebyla vždycky. A že o ní můžeme strašně rychle přijít.
Bisogna lottarla per ottenerla. Bisogna sempre stare vigili e lottare.
Si je peux laisser un message avant de partir, vivez la démocratie. Entendez-vous les uns les autres.
Passt gut auf die Demokratie auf, wenn ich nicht mehr bin.
Je to na mě a je to na nás, na naší generaci. V Evropě.
From virtual assistants to facial recognition, artificial intelligence is already part of our daily lives. It's also transforming our economy and society in sectors such as medicine, transport, and energy. Artificial intelligence may promise great benefits, but it may also pose serious challenges. So, do the benefits outweigh the risks? AI could be an important driver of innovation and productivity. It could create new job opportunities, improve the skills of our workforce, bring about a new generation of products and services, boost economic growth, and reduce costs. But artificial intelligence also raises concerns. It could lead to a loss of jobs and further inequalities, affect our privacy and personal data, have a negative environmental impact, and raise ethical concerns. Where do you stand on that? It's time to have your say. Tune in to the Brussels Economic Forum on the 16th of May. Listen to the debate and vote on whether the advantages of artificial intelligence could outweigh the risks.
Η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση ανακοίνωσε 36 δισεκατομμύρια.
Καλά, Ευρώπη. Έχει κάνει τίποτα πραγματικά για μας. Λοιπόν, πού θα πάμε, Δεσποινής?
Θα σας δείξω. All across Greece and beyond, the EU is investing in the future of Europe, harnessing the latest technology for a more sustainable, affordable tomorrow, and building the resilient, future-proof healthcare and public services which we all depend on.
Τώρα που πάμε?
Συγγνώμη, μόλις έκλεισε ένα ραντεβού online. Not to mention 21st century mobility, however you choose to get around.
Και δεν αναφέρθηκα καν στο ταξί σας ακόμα.
Together, we're investing in a future where everyone's welcome. Discover how the EU's Recovery and Resilience Facility is investing in your future on our website.
Are you a project promoter looking for finance in one of the EU policy priority areas? Sustainable infrastructure, research, innovation and digitization, small and medium-sized businesses, social investment and skills. Whether you are a small company owner seeking capital growth or project company investing in large infrastructure, do you have a project and are looking for financing? Or do you need advice on how to improve your investment project to obtain financing? The Invest EU programme helps you access financing, provides advisory support, or combines both. The European Commission, with its InvestEU fund and its 26.2 billion euros EU budget guarantee, enables and facilitates access to finance. Do you have a clear idea of a project, and are you ready to submit it for financing? To apply for financing, you must apply directly to one of InvestEU's implementing partners. They have the geographical spread, local presence, experience and specialisation to meet your needs. The European Investment Bank Group is the main implementing partner with an EU-wide focus. Other implementing partners are national promotional banks or other international financial institutions. If you are still in the project development phase, the InvestEU Advisory Hub helps you through the entire project lifecycle before the financing stage. You can get help preparing and structuring your project and learning about financing options. If you need support on your business plan or financial structure of the investment project, send your request for support through the central entry point of the InvestEU Advisory Hub and follow the step-by-step guide. Visit investeu.europa.eu.
Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. Now, that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Moi, je garde ça dans le fond de mon cœur depuis des années. J'y pense tous les matins, mais j'en parle pas. Eh bien, Robin, c'est que je ne devrais pas être ici aujourd'hui. J'aurais dû être morte le 17 juin 1940.
Na 21. jsem měla telefon, že nás obsazuje armáda. Což jsme považovali za něco, že to vůbec není možné. To byl takový šok.
How do you feel about what's happened here in Prague?
We hope that we will have again the freedom and our democracy.
J'avais 11 ans quand la guerre a commencé et 12 quand les soldats sont arrivés. Il y en avait partout. Je descends mes démarches avec mon compotier, j'arrive dans le jardin, ta 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 ta. Maman était tuée sur moi pour me protéger. Vous savez, quand on a 12 ans, qu'on se relève et qu'on voit sa maman morte qui vous protège, on n'oublie pas.
În Timișoara s-a atras în tineret în fața catedralei.
Mijn vader is Auschwitz gestuurd en daar vermoord. En mijn moeder kon mij meegeven in de wetenschap dat ze misschien mij nooit meer terug zou zien. Ik had geen ooms en tantes, dat vond ik wel raar. Ik had ook geen grootouders. Iedereen had grootouders. Ik had niemand.
Non si deve mai dare per scontato la democrazia, ma bisogna sempre sostenerla e proteggerla.
To 17. listopadu, kdy všechno začalo. Byla veliká demonstrace studentů. Policisté napadli demonstranty, zmlátili je. To byl ten moment, kdy začala ta revoluce, takzvaná.
Pēc neatkarības atgūšanas Latvija bija brīva zeme. Cilvēki varēja brīvi izteikt savas domas par demokrātiju.
Ma col muro di Berlino, secondo me, l'emancipazione di tutta l'Europa.
Lieve Suzanne, lieve Suus.
Jsem ráda, že jsi takový, jaký jsi, a za to tě mám moc ráda.
Je weet, ik ben geboren in een jaar dat de wereld in brand stond. Zoiets bepaalt voor een groot deel je leven. Gelukkig ben jij geboren in een tijd van vrede en welvaart.
Pořád si uvědomovat, že ta svoboda a demokracie tady nebyla vždycky. A že o ní můžeme strašně rychle přijít.
Bisogna lottarla per ottenerla. Bisogna sempre stare vigili e lottare.
Si je peux laisser un message avant de partir, vivez la démocratie. Entendez-vous les uns les autres.
Passt gut auf die Demokratie auf, wenn ich nicht mehr bin.
Je to na mě a je to na nás, na naší generaci. V Evropě.
From virtual assistants to facial recognition, artificial intelligence is already part of our daily lives. It's also transforming our economy and society in sectors such as medicine, transport, and energy. Artificial intelligence may promise great benefits, but it may also pose serious challenges. So, do the benefits outweigh the risks? AI could be an important driver of innovation and productivity. It could create new job opportunities, improve the skills of our workforce, bring about a new generation of products and services, boost economic growth, and reduce costs. But artificial intelligence also raises concerns. It could lead to a loss of jobs and further inequalities, affect our privacy and personal data, have a negative environmental impact, and raise ethical concerns. Where do you stand on that? It's time to have your say. Tune in to the Brussels Economic Forum on the 16th of May. Listen to the debate and vote on whether the advantages of artificial intelligence could outweigh the risks.
All across Belgium and beyond, the EU is investing in the future of Europe. Developing the skills and the expertise we need for the jobs of tomorrow, and building the infrastructure we need to get there. Not to mention the sustainable public transport which brings us together. The EU supports modern learning facilities and digital education for the next generation, and 21st century mobility to take us all from A to B, with less CO2 emissions and less traffic. Together, we're investing in something beautiful. Our future, of course. Discover how the Recovery and Resilience Facility is investing in your future on our website.
Are you a project promoter looking for finance in one of the EU policy priority areas? Sustainable infrastructure, research, innovation and digitization, small and medium-sized businesses, social investment and skills. Whether you are a small company owner seeking capital growth or project company investing in large infrastructure, do you have a project and are looking for financing? Or do you need advice on how to improve your investment project to obtain financing? The Invest EU programme helps you access financing, provides advisory support, or combines both. The European Commission, with its Invest EU fund and its €26.2 billion EU budget guarantee, enables and facilitates access to finance. Do you have a clear idea of a project and are you ready to submit it for financing? To apply for financing, you must apply directly to one of InvestEU's implementing partners. They have the geographical spread, local presence, experience and specialisation to meet your needs. The European Investment Bank Group is the main implementing partner with an EU-wide focus. Other implementing partners are national promotional banks or other international financial institutions. If you are still in the project development phase, the InvestEU Advisory Hub helps you through the entire project lifecycle before the financing stage. You can get help preparing and structuring your project and learning about financing options. If you need support on your business plan or financial structure of the investment project, send your request for support through the central entry point of the InvestEU Advisory Hub and follow the step-by-step guide. Visit investeu.europa.eu.
Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. Now that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Moi, je garde ça dans le fond de mon cœur depuis des années. J'y pense tous les matins, mais j'en parle pas. Eh bien, Robin, c'est que je ne devrais pas être ici aujourd'hui. J'aurais dû être morte le 17 juin 1940.
Na 21. jsem měla telefon, že nás obsazuje armáda. Což jsme považovali za něco, že to vůbec není možné. To byl takový šok.
How do you feel about what's happened here in Prague?
We hope that we will have again the freedom and our democracy.
J'avais 11 ans quand la guerre a commencé et 12 quand les soldats sont arrivés. Il y en avait partout. Je descends mes 10 marches avec mon compotier, j'arrive dans le jardin, ta 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 ta. Maman était tuée sur moi pour me protéger. Vous savez, quand on a 12 ans qu'on se relève avec sa maman morte qui vous protège, on n'oublie pas.
În Timișoara s-a atras în tineret în fața catedralei.
Mijn vader is Auschwitz gestuurd en daar vermoord. En mijn moeder kon mij meegeven in de wetenschap dat ze misschien mij nooit meer terug zou zien. Ik had geen ooms en tantes, dat vond ik wel raar. Ik had ook geen grootouders. Iedereen had grootouders. Ik had niemand.
Non si deve mai dare per scontato la democrazia, ma bisogna sempre sostenerla e proteggerla.
To 17. listopadu, kdy všechno začalo. Byla veliká demonstrace studentů. Policisté napadli demonstranty, zmlátili je. To byl ten moment, kdy začala ta revoluce, takzvaná.
Pēc neatkarības atgūšanas Latvija bija brīva zeme. Cilvēki varēja brīvi izteikt savas domas par demokrātiju.
Ma col muro di Berlino, secondo me, l'emancipazione di tutta l'Europa.
Lieve Suzanne, lieve Suus.
Jsem ráda, že jsi takový, jaký jsi, a za to tě mám moc ráda.
Je weet, ik ben geboren in een jaar dat de wereld in brand stond. Zoiets bepaalt voor een groot deel je leven. Gelukkig ben jij geboren in een tijd van vrede en welvaart.
Pořád si uvědomovat, že ta svoboda a demokracie tady nebyla vždycky. A že o ní můžeme strašně rychle přijít.
Bisogna lottarla per ottenerla. Bisogna sempre stare vigili e lottare.
Si je peux laisser un message avant de partir, vivez la démocratie. Entendez-vous les uns des autres.
Passt gut auf die Demokratie auf, wenn ich nicht mehr bin.
Je to na mě a je to na nás, na naší generaci. V Evropě.
From virtual assistants to facial recognition, artificial intelligence is already part of our daily lives. It's also transforming our economy and society in sectors such as medicine, transport, and energy. Artificial intelligence may promise great benefits, but it may also pose serious challenges. So, do the benefits outweigh the risks? AI could be an important driver of innovation and productivity. It could create new job opportunities, improve the skills of our workforce, bring about a new generation of products and services, boost economic growth, and reduce costs. But artificial intelligence also raises concerns. It could lead to a loss of jobs and further inequalities, affect our privacy and personal data, have a negative environmental impact, and raise ethical concerns. Where do you stand on that? It's time to have your say. Tune in to the Brussels Economic Forum on the 16th of May. Listen to the debate and vote on whether the advantages of artificial intelligence could outweigh the risks.
Olá, então, onde é que estás? Estás atrasado? All across Portugal and beyond, the EU is investing in the future of Europe. Putting green, affordable transport at the heart of our communities. And 21st century healthcare in the palm of your hand. Not to mention growing the expertise needed for tomorrow's world. Because in Europe, we know that investing in skills doesn't just create inspiring careers, it creates hope too. Together, we're investing in a future we can all believe in. Discover how the EU's Recovery and Resilience Facility is investing in your future on our website.
Are you a project promoter looking for finance in one of the EU policy priority areas? Sustainable infrastructure, research, innovation and digitization, small and medium-sized businesses, social investment and skills. Whether you are a small company owner seeking capital growth or project company investing in large infrastructure, do you have a project and are looking for financing? Or do you need advice on how to improve your investment project to obtain financing? The Invest EU programme helps you access financing, provides advisory support, or combines both. The European Commission, with its Invest EU fund and its €26.2 billion EU budget guarantee, enables and facilitates access to finance. Do you have a clear idea of a project and are you ready to submit it for financing? To apply for financing, you must apply directly to one of InvestEU's implementing partners. They have the geographical spread, local presence, experience and specialisation to meet your needs. The European Investment Bank Group is the main implementing partner with an EU-wide focus. Other implementing partners are national promotional banks or other international financial institutions. If you are still in the project development phase, the InvestEU Advisory Hub helps you through the entire project lifecycle before the financing stage. You can get help preparing and structuring your project and learning about financing options. If you need support on your business plan or financial structure of the investment project, send your request for support through the central entry point of the InvestEU Advisory Hub and follow the step-by-step guide. Visit investeu.europa.eu.
Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. Now, that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Moi, je garde ça dans le fond de mon cœur depuis des années. J'y pense tous les matins, mais j'en parle pas. Eh bien, Robin, c'est que je ne devrais pas être ici aujourd'hui. J'aurais dû être morte le 17 juin 1940.
Na 21. jsem měla telefon, že nás obsazuje armáda. Což jsme považovali za něco, že to vůbec není možné. To byl takový šok.
How do you feel about what's happened here in Prague?
We hope that we will have again the freedom and our democracy.
J'avais 11 ans quand la guerre a commencé et 12 quand les soldats sont arrivés. Il y en avait partout. Je descends mes 10 marches avec mon compotier, j'arrive dans le jardin, ta 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 ta. Maman a été tuée sur moi pour me protéger. Vous savez, quand on a 12 ans qu'on se relève avec sa maman morte qui vous protège, on n'oublie pas.
În Timișoara s-a atras în tineret în fața catedralei.
Mijn vader is Auschwitz gestuurd en daar vermoord. En mijn moeder kon mij meegeven in de wetenschap dat ze misschien mij nooit meer terug zou zien. Ik had geen ooms en tantes, dat vond ik wel raar. Ik had ook geen grootouders. Iedereen had grootouders. Ik had niemand.
Non si deve mai dare per scontato la democrazia, ma bisogna sempre sostenerla e proteggerla.
To 17. listopadu, kdy všechno začalo. Byla veliká demonstrace studentů. Policisté napadli demonstranty, zmlátili je. To byl ten moment, kdy začala ta revoluce, takzvaná.
Pēc neatkarības atgūšanas Latvija bija brīva zeme. Cilvēki varēja brīvi izteikt savas domas par demokrātiju.
Ma col muro di Berlino, secondo me, l'emancipazione di tutta l'Europa.
Lieve Suzanne, lieve Suus.
Jsem ráda, že jsi takový, jaký jsi, a za to tě mám moc ráda.
Je weet, ik ben geboren in een jaar dat de wereld in brand stond. Zoiets bepaalt voor een groot deel je leven. Gelukkig ben jij geboren in een tijd van vrede en welvaart.
Pořád si uvědomovat, že ta svoboda a demokracie tady nebyla vždycky. A že o ní můžeme strašně rychle přijít.
Bisogna lottarla per ottenerla. Bisogna sempre stare vigili e lottare.
Si je peux laisser un message avant de partir, vivez la démocratie. Entendez-vous les uns les autres.
Passt gut auf die Demokratie auf, wenn ich nicht mehr bin.
Je to na mě a je to na nás, na naší generaci. V Evropě.
From virtual assistants to facial recognition, artificial intelligence is already part of our daily lives. It's also transforming our economy and society in sectors such as medicine, transport, and energy. Artificial intelligence may promise great benefits, but it may also pose serious challenges, So, do the benefits outweigh the risks? AI could be an important driver of innovation and productivity. It could create new job opportunities, improve the skills of our workforce, bring about a new generation of products and services, boost economic growth, and reduce costs. But artificial intelligence also raises concerns. It could lead to a loss of jobs and further inequalities, affect our privacy and personal data, have a negative environmental impact, and raise ethical concerns. Where do you stand on that? It's time to have your say. Tune in to the Brussels Economic Forum on the 16th of May. Listen to the debate and vote on whether the advantages of artificial intelligence could outweigh the risks.
Η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση ανακοίνωσε 36 δισεκατομμύρια.
Καλά, Ευρώπη. Έχει κάνει τίποτα πραγματικά για μας? Λοιπόν, πού θα πάμε, Δεσποινής?
Θα σας δείξω. All across Greece and beyond, the EU is investing in the future of Europe, harnessing the latest technology for a more sustainable, affordable tomorrow, and building the resilient, future-proof healthcare and public services which we all depend on.
Τώρα που πάμε?
Συγγνώμη, μόλις έκλεισε ένα ραντεβού online. Not to mention 21st century mobility, however you choose to get around.
Και δεν αναφέρθηκα καν στο ταξί σας ακόμα.
Together, we're investing in a future where everyone's welcome. Discover how the EU's Recovery and Resilience Facility is investing in your future on our website.
Are you a project promoter looking for finance in one of the EU policy priority areas, sustainable infrastructure, research, innovation and digitization, small and medium-sized businesses, social investment and skills? Whether you are a small company owner seeking capital growth or project company investing in large infrastructure, do you have a project and are looking for financing? Or do you need advice on how to improve your investment project to obtain financing? The Invest EU programme helps you access financing, provides advisory support, or combines both. The European Commission, with its Invest EU fund and its €26.2 billion EU budget guarantee, enables and facilitates access to finance. Do you have a clear idea of a project and are you ready to submit it for financing? To apply for financing, you must apply directly to one of InvestEU's implementing partners. They have the geographical spread, local presence, experience and specialisation to meet your needs. The European Investment Bank Group is the main implementing partner with an EU-wide focus. Other implementing partners are national promotional banks or other international financial institutions. If you are still in the project development phase, the InvestEU Advisory Hub helps you through the entire project lifecycle before the financing stage. You can get help preparing and structuring your project and learning about financing options. If you need support on your business plan or financial structure of the investment project, send your request for support through the central entry point of the InvestEU Advisory Hub and follow the step-by-step guide. Visit investeu.europa.eu.
Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. Now, that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Moi, je garde ça dans le fond de mon cœur depuis des années. J'y pense tous les matins, mais j'en parle pas. Eh bien, Robin, c'est que je ne devrais pas être ici aujourd'hui. J'aurais dû être morte le 17 juin 1940.
Na 21. jsem měla telefon, že nás obsazuje armáda. Což jsme považovali za něco, že to vůbec není možné. To byl takový šok.
How do you feel about what's happened here in Prague?
We hope that we will have again the freedom and our democracy.
J'avais 11 ans quand la guerre a commencé et 12 quand les soldats sont arrivés. Il y en avait partout. Je descends mes 10 marches avec mon compotier, j'arrive dans le jardin, ta 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 ta. Maman a été tuée sur moi pour me protéger. Vous savez, quand on a 12 ans qu'on se relève avec sa maman morte qui vous protège, on n'oublie pas.
În Timișoara s-a atras în tineret în fața catedralei.
Mijn vader is Auschwitz gestuurd en daar vermoord. En mijn moeder kon mij meegeven in de wetenschap dat ze misschien mij nooit meer terug zou zien. Ik had geen ooms en tantes, dat vond ik wel raar. Ik had ook geen grootouders. Iedereen had grootouders. Ik had niemand.
Non si deve mai dare per scontato la democrazia, ma bisogna sempre sostenerla e proteggerla.
To 17. listopadu, kdy všechno začalo. Byla veliká demonstrace studentů. Policisté napadli demonstranty, zmlátili je. To byl ten moment, kdy začala ta revoluce, takzvaná.
Pēc neatkarības atgūšanas Latvija bija brīva zeme. Cilvēki varēja brīvi izteikt savas domas par demokrātiju.
Ma col muro di Berlino, secondo me, l'emancipazione di tutta l'Europa.
Lieve Suzanne, lieve Suus.
Jsem ráda, že jsi takový, jaký jsi, a za to tě mám moc ráda.
Je weet, ik ben geboren in een jaar dat de wereld in brand stond. Zoiets bepaalt voor een groot deel je leven. Gelukkig ben jij geboren in een tijd van vrede en welvaart.
Pořád si uvědomovat, že ta svoboda a demokracie tady nebyla vždycky. A že o ní můžeme strašně rychle přijít.
Bisogna lottarla per ottenerla. Bisogna sempre stare vigili e lottare.
Si je peux laisser un message avant de partir, vivez la démocratie. Entendez-vous les uns les autres.
Passt gut auf die Demokratie auf, wenn ich nicht mehr bin.
Hello. I hope you all had a lovely lunch, a nice long lunch, and those who were in the side thematic sessions, I hope you enjoyed them, and I hope you got to catch up with somebody old and somebody new, because of course that is what these conferences are all about. I hope as well you enjoyed the morning. I must say, I found it riveting and actually scary, because as I said earlier, it's literally 21 days till we all go to vote, and with so much at stake, we're all waiting to figure out and see what the outcome will be. I also want to wish a warm welcome to all those joining us again as well online. It's so lovely to have your company. You can also get involved on Slido and also on X and on LinkedIn and share your thoughts with us. And this afternoon we have another fascinating session. In a couple of minutes we'll be hearing from Federica Di Sario, the Politico climate reporter. She'll have a panel here focusing on how Europe can stay competitive. And a little bit later, I'll be sitting down on stage with the French economist, Julia Cagé, who won last year the award of being the best economist of the year in France. So very excited about that. But for now, it is time for what has really become a highlight of the BEF, the Business Economic Forum, every year, and that is the Oxford-style debate. It really brings us all back to school for those of you who either engaged in debates or watched debates. And today's motion is: this forum believes that artificial intelligence will have a positive impact on the European economy and society. Because of course AI is creeping into all our areas of life, politically as well. We saw just earlier this year the EU come up with the first AI Act, the first of its kind, in fact, the first in the whole world. Of course, that will be a topic that will come up as well a lot when the new MEPs take their places in July. So, it's not just you, by the way, who'll be voting here. And by the way, I do give you now permissions to take out your phones. Normally at conferences, I hate when people are just looking at their phones all the time, but now you have to, because you'll be voting. And you won't be voting once, you'll be voting twice. First at the start of the debate, and then at the end of the debate, to see if our debaters have managed to change your mind or not. And we're also asking an AI chatbot as well for their opinion, to see what they think of their very own technology. So before I hear from you, let's bring in their take. Take a look.
Will artificial intelligence, AI, have a positive impact on the European economy and society? Yes, artificial intelligence has the potential to have a significant positive impact on the European economy and society. AI technologies can enhance productivity, drive innovation, improve healthcare outcomes, optimize transportation systems, and contribute to sustainable development. However, it's important to address concerns such as job displacement, ethical considerations, and ensuring inclusive access to the benefits of AI to maximize its positive impact.
So there you go. Now we've heard from the bots. I really value your opinion much more. So please do take out your phones or your devices, your iPads, your mobile phones, your laptops, and tap into slido.com. When you get into slido.com, you can just put in the EU BEF24. That is, of course, the hashtag of the forum as well. And that way you should be able to answer the question, which is, do you agree or do you disagree with the motion? This forum believes artificial intelligence will have a positive impact on the European economy and society. The vote is open. You back home as well, you can also vote or express yourself as well online on social media. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to meet our panelists. We have a full female panelist actually coming up on stage today. And first, I would like to tell you about Diane Coyle. She is a Bennett Professor of Public Policy at the University of Cambridge, just outside London. And her research focuses on the themes of progress and productivity. She came up with a book recently, Cogs and Monsters, What Economics Is and What It Should Be. She looks at how economics needs to keep up with today's time, with the 21st century, and of course, the digital economy. Diane will be speaking in favour of the motion, so please put your hands together for Diane Coyle. Welcome. How are you feeling? Nervous? No?
Of course.
Not at all. Look at this amazing, encouraging audience. We're so looking forward to hearing your input, Diane. Thank you so much for being with us, for taking the Eurostar over to Brussels to join us for the BEF. And our second debater of the day is Gemma Caldon-Clavel. She is the founder and CEO of Etica's AI that guides organisations through algorithmic audits that identifies biases and inefficiencies and, of course, inequalities in AI systems and helps them adopt more responsible solutions. Gemma Caldon-Clavel will be speaking against our motion today, so please help me welcome her on stage. Gemma. How are you feeling?
Good.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, well, I think we can begin. Just the rules of the game. Diane and Gemma have 8 minutes to present their arguments, and then they will have 5 minutes for rebuttal. And then, of course, you'll be able to vote. But maybe we can bring in first the results, shall we, of the first vote, to take a look and see how people feel about the question that we posed. Can we bring up the poll? The vote? Ooh, I think that's a very strong in favour. 81% of the people sitting in this room and those at home believe that artificial intelligence, AI, will have a positive impact on the European economy and society, and 19% against. Okay, excellent. A very clear outcome there. So let's now start with Diane, and you, of course, are in favour as well of that motion. You have 8 minutes, as I said. There'll be a clock here that I'll be keeping an eye on. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Maeve, and hello everybody in the room and online. It's a real honour to be taking part in the forum and in this debate. Now, some of you might have visited Cambridge, which, by the way, is better than Oxford. And if you have, you'll know that the train station is 2.5 kilometres away from the centre of the city. Now, why is it so far? The reason is that the university didn't want students to be tempted on frivolous outings to London, nor did it want day trippers to visit Cambridge and disturb the scholarly peace of all the colleges. And in fact, the university successfully resisted 10 times in the 19th century, relocating the station to a more central point. So if we were having this debate in 1834, there would be people, like the Cambridge authorities, calling for a halt to this new technology of rail travel. Not only did it lead to an unsustainable stock market boom and creating some very large fortunes, it also killed people. It was dangerous. Farmers thought the smoke would damage their crops and scare their livestock. English aristocrats objected to their fox hunting being disrupted. And some campaigners argued that bringing strangers together in crowded carriages was an invitation to immorality. But of course, the railways also enabled fresh food to be brought into the cities. It increased the size of the pool of labour. It created new markets, and so it enabled cities to grow as the dynamos of the industrial economy. If instead we were having this debate in 1524, people would be pointing out the negative consequences of the printing press and the spread of cheap books. Disinformation proliferated in the 16th century and beyond. People became much less deferential to established authorities, and there were decades of conflict. But books also opened the world of ideas to ordinary people and created a literate workforce. So these are both earlier examples of what economists call general-purpose technologies, new technologies that affect the whole of the economy and society. And they fall into two categories: energy and information. Energy and information, the two fuels of economic activity. So as well as printing and the railways, other earlier information technologies of this kind have been transformative. Writing, the telephone and telegraph, radio and television, the internet and the World Wide Web. So civilization, in all its good and all its bad aspects, is built on information, the transmission of ideas from one person to another. So, for example, how is the process of production organized? It's a combination of ideas and data. The ideas that go into the research and development of a new product, such as a vaccine or electronic vehicles. The idea of the assembly line, a sequence of specialized machines and tasks that greatly speeded up production compared to earlier integrated manufacture. The data from the sensors that are monitoring stock levels or flows through equipment or the performance of machines, which combined with visualization software can prevent or isolate problems when they occur. It's the ideas and the images that actually create the demand for these new products. Or think instead about the clever life hacks that are posted on social media. It's ideas to reduce waste around the house, ideas to repurpose or reuse household items, or to reorganize your home. These save people time and money in everyday activities. They're not part of the formal economy, but they're still really valuable. And I have to say, I'm a bit of a sucker for them on Instagram. Economists refer to this process of getting more value out of the same or fewer resources as productivity growth. And productivity growth is what determines whether living standards and the quality of life can rise over time. At its heart, it involves the new ideas and the know-how that enable people to combine the resources that the world offers us in better ways. This is the promise of AI. And here are some examples. DeepMind's AlphaFold database provides biomedical researchers with open access to over 200 million predictions of protein structures. This is already saving researchers many years, allowing them to skip steps and bring their discoveries to the world much more quickly. Another example, the use of AI-enabled data analytics is allowing many complex processes to be operated more efficiently. That could be energy grids, saving on electricity and carbon emissions. It could be urban traffic management, saving on time and carbon emissions. AI-powered remote sensing systems are being used to analyze atmospheric data, temperature patterns, ocean currents, monitoring climate change indicators, to enable the impact of global warming on the Earth's ecosystems to be tracked quickly. Monitoring in real time can identify the scope and scale of a natural disaster. It can monitor crops or wildfires. And all of this real-time information is enabling faster and more effective responses. Machine learning algorithms even recently allowed a tightly rolled, charred scroll from Herculaneum to be read for the first time since 79, when Vesuvius buried the city. These scrolls, it's one of hundreds excavated in the 18th century, tightly rolled up lumps of carbonized ash, which are too fragile to open. But now they can be read. So, yes, of course AI will need to be regulated. And in fact, it is regulated, although our legal frameworks and regulations need to be updated. The imbalances of power and wealth and the strategic challenges posed by the dominance of US and Chinese companies need to be addressed. Europe must respond to this strategic issue. The response many people have been discussing is how can Europe build its own significant AI businesses as a matter of industrial policy and also security and resilience. This is a big challenge because scale is supremely important with digital technologies. The scale of investment, the scale of operations, and the scale of the addressable markets. There are high fixed costs and powerful network effects. And this is getting harder with the new generation of models such as large language models. A well-understood challenge, harder to act on. But in any case, the AI industry is creating well-paid, highly skilled jobs, and the use of AI and data analytics can bring about upskilling to a much wider workforce. But there's another important challenge, much less discussed, and that's ensuring that all European businesses learn how to use AI and to use it to create new value for the economy and society. The positive impacts depend on use, not displacing existing activities, but developing better products and processes and helping improve the quality and outcomes of public services. The fact that the public debate's dominated by the negative, fears about deep fakes and psychotic chatbots and existential risks, is distorting policy discussions. We need to focus instead on what ideas and information can make Europeans' lives better, who needs what skills to enable that to happen, what legal and governance frameworks we need to bring about that change, and then the AI revolution will bring about positive benefits for European society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And beautifully timed, down to the second. So well done you, Diane. You have a bit of a trickier role here, right? Because you have to convince the people in this room to be on your side. You have 8 minutes, Gemma, to do so.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the invitation. And let me start by saying that I would love to tell you all that you're right. I would love to be able to be optimistic about the future of our societies and our economies in the face of AI. But that is not what the data says. And I work on data, so that's how I build my opinions. What the data says is that right now, when women go to a bank, we get between 10 and 20 times less banking services because we are underrepresented in the training data used by the algorithms that determine what is our risk as a customer. Not because we are worse customers, just because we are underrepresented in training data. 10 to 20 times less services. AI has a huge problem with discrimination and with managing outliers. An outlier is anyone who is not the norm. And the norm is usually a white, middle-aged man with a stable job. Anyone who is not that will constantly encounter instances of discrimination. We know that facial recognition systems, AI facial recognition systems, perform worse on women and Black women. They fail 33% more times than they do with white men. If you're a woman with Down syndrome and you're 35 years of age and you go through a facial recognition system, the facial recognition system will think that you are 5 and therefore automatically exclude you from services. We have audited AI systems used to prioritize people in emergency rooms that once audited, we found out that they had been trained on financial data and not medical data. That means that if you had cancer, you were rushed through the emergency room because cancer is expensive. But if you had a heart attack, you were asked to wait because heart attacks are cheaper than cancer. That's how crazy what we see inside of those systems is and how dangerous. What are the chances of an AI diagnosing me with endometriosis when it's a disease that is severely under-researched? Chances are 0. Anything that is not the norm, the pattern, gets pushed out by AI systems. What about labor market? We have more and more AI systems determining who gets a job. Well, we've seen systems where people are being given more chances of a one-to-one personal interview if their CV mentioned that they had played lacrosse. Lacrosse is an incredibly male, posh sport played in universities in the US. The system picked up that in the past, that company had hired a lot of people that play lacrosse, so the best employee in the future certainly is going to be someone who plays lacrosse. No HR person would ever highlight someone because they played lacrosse, and yet AI systems do it, and we just take their outputs as the law, as the best decision that could be made. But also AI in hiring, of course, it's being used for low and middle income and middle skilled professionals, not for CEOs like me. I'm too special to use an AI system for me, but for the rest of the world, it's fine to go through a mechanical system that may just highlight them because they played lacrosse. AI also has a huge problem, as you all have known and have experienced, with reliability, veracity, and misinformation. I have lots of examples to tell you, but no time. But I asked Alexa last night how old I am. According to Alexa, I'm 62. I don't mind. I would love to be 3 years away from retirement. But I am not 62. There's also an issue of fairness in implementation. We are testing AI on the most vulnerable. In the early 20th century, we tested vaccines on the poor. Today, we see that as unacceptable. Today, we are testing iris scanning on refugees.
Today, we are using the most invasive technologies on people that cannot defend themselves. We are using AI to determine access to social services, to housing, to unemployment benefits, always on the most vulnerable. There's also a gross policy failure. I grew up thinking that parliaments were a space for strategic anticipation, the place where really smart people could see where society and the economy was going and protect us from the negative externalities of that progress. That's not happening with AI. Instead of investing on robust data infrastructures, our policymakers keep falling for the latest fad. I'm old enough, not 62, but I'm old enough to remember Second Life. As my university was increasing taxes, it was investing in creating campuses in Second Life. What about smart cities? Early on in this century, they were supposed to make cities better, and the quality of life of all of us was supposed to improve. Today, our cities are graveyards for smart city solutions that never found a business model or any kind of usefulness for society. Or drones, or blockchain. 5 years ago, you couldn't raise any money unless your technology had blockchain. Today, finally, people have realized that blockchain doesn't have real use cases. Or the metaverse. Luckily, that was a short-lived fad, but a lot of money went into that. Or NFTs, or now with LLMs. And it's interesting because in the EU, instead of improving LLMs, instead of saying, oh, there's this new technology, but it's also very problematic, let's make better LLMs. Where's the money going in Europe? To a cheap copy of what the US is producing. We want a European LLM, not a better LLM, just a European LLM. What does that mean? Why can't we invest in making things better? How can Europe continue to build trains that it then misses? We did the GDPR. You know what the company that made the most money with GDPR? You know what it's based? In the US, OneTrust. The cookie banner was an invention of a US company that monetized GDPR. We now came up with the AI Act, and instead of building companies that can monetize the protection of people in AI systems, we, again, will rely on US companies understanding what society and policymakers want. Instead of better data and better AI, we want more, as if more AI would magically take us to a new, better place. And the inability, and I'm finishing with this, the inability to scrutinize the industry has also led to a very lazy AI sector. We have a sector that has no incentives to protect people or to prevent negative externalities. An industry that sells vaporware without control and distracts us from the real issues by talking about AI developing a conscience. We use a sector that uses resources without accountability. So to finalize, I have no reason, my data gives me no reason to believe that in the current state of the development of the AI, society, the industry, or the environment have anything to benefit from. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Gemma Calvel there from Etica's AI. Thank you so much for that. I must say you both gave very compelling 8-minute addresses. And now, as I said, you have 5 minutes for your rebuttal. Diane Coyle, we can start with you.
Well, thank you. And you wouldn't expect me to simply dismiss the concerns that Gemma has raised, and I'm not going to. She makes some valid points. All new technologies can lead to negative as well as positive impacts. So I guess I think about 4 things that could help us steer towards the positive and navigate away from the negative impacts that Gemma has raised. And they are the 4 C's, or at least they're C's in English and in French. I don't know about other languages. The first of these is competition. Digital markets are uncompetitive. They have created market power and great wealth and consequently political power. Europe, the UK, Australia, Canada, even the US and China have begun to address this. I was a member of a panel chaired by Jason Furman that looked at the lack of competition in digital markets in the UK, and there were others here and in the US also. That was published in 2019, and I now think actually we might need to do even more to ensure that these markets are healthily competitive. And actually, I would be fine about building a different kind of European large language model, even one that was publicly owned and operated as a different business model to shake up this market and bring in some competition. But the positive impacts of the technology are going to depend on healthy, competitive markets, and we don't have them yet. The second C is control, and nobody is saying you can leave all of this to Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk and it'll all be fine. There's no reason to believe any argument that says the technology is unstoppable and that anything about it is inevitable. No previous significant technology has been allowed to develop in an uncontrolled way, and nor should AI. So if its corporate owners are behaving in ways that are not serving the common good, then the business needs to be monitored, it needs to be regulated. As Gemma said, a lot of bias is built into the systems as they are being used now, and that's because we have a biased society that generates biased data. You could turn it around and say the way the models operate actually is shedding a light on our society, and it will allow us to change some of those inequalities or address them. My third C is capabilities, and the skills needed to create and also to use AI are in really short supply. The kind of prompt engineering that you need to do to make the models usable, the data analytics, causal inference techniques, and a wider set of skills are needed. It also needs corporate re-engineering. There are studies showing that the organizational investment to make digital technologies work for a company or an organization are about 10 times the size of the monetary investment that's needed. People can learn quickly, institutions can be very slow, and we need some institutional change. And then that's my final C. C is change. And there will be some disruptive changes in the way that organizations and also markets operate. As I was saying earlier, information creates benefits, but it needs to be used, and people need the authority to use it, and so channels of governance may need to change as well. That means some sectors may have winners and losers. It may affect whole industries. It will certainly disrupt organizations. People who are as old as I am, which is older than Gemma, will remember the just-in-time technology revolution in the late 1970s, which massively increased productivity in manufacturing. And one of the key changes there was giving workers on the shop floor the authority to make their own decisions, to understand what was happening on the production line, stop it if it was needed, and directly affect the quality. So there will be winners and losers, and the policies need to allow and even encourage this. Similarly with disinformation, that is something that is disruptive, but it will bring about changes in the way that we organize the flows of information in society. So in a way, I'm saying there are definitely short-run problems, but they are things that we can tackle in the long run, but we need to have a positive frame of mind in which to tackle these, to have our eyes on the benefits that it can bring to European society and the economy. And that's the way that we will, if you like, in a self-fulfilling way, ensure that those benefits come about. Thanks, Maeve.
Thank you so much. Professor Diane Coyle there from the University of Cambridge. Thank you so much again. And now, Gemma, the last word is with yourself now for 5 minutes of rebuttal.
Thanks. If you remember the initial text from ChatGPT, it said, AI has the potential to. I struggle with potential too. When you work with data, you struggle with things that may happen, but that are not reflected in your data. If I grew wings, I would have the potential of flying. Not gonna happen. So I really struggle with this idea that, things are gonna change. I have no reason to think that Europe is gonna change its approach to AI development and AI policymaking to make AI better and to protect us better. I have no reason to believe that because I continue to see how our policymakers acritically reproduce the vaporware of the US industry when it comes to what AI does. People continue to say AI is biased because the data comes from society and it's biased. That is wrong. The problem with AI is not the bias that comes from society. It's actually very easy for us to mitigate bias in the training data. The problem is that when AI looks for patterns, it constantly eliminates outliers. The problem is not the training data. The problem are the models themselves. But you need to understand AI in order to regulate AI well. And unfortunately, we don't seem to have a policy space that is able to do that right now. So I have no reason to believe that that's gonna change. Let's see what happens in a few weeks at the elections. I also hear a lot about healthy and competitive markets. Markets become healthy and competitive because under democracies we make sure that anything that comes to our economy protects people. Cars were not invented with seatbelts, and yet at some point we realized that cars without seatbelts should not be sold or bought. And today we would not sell or buy a car without a seatbelt. AI needs seatbelts, and someone needs to build those seatbelts now. During the pandemic, as we were researching vaccines, people died. As we were testing vaccines in clinical trials, people died. But we understood that without clinical trials, vaccines were not safe for people to use. How come we're not asking for the same precautions from the technological industry? How come the makers of the chairs that you are sitting on right now have had to prove that the chairs can hold the weight of a human being? And yet, anyone in their home can come up with a new AI program and send it to your phone, to the phone of your children, without any control of oversight. In democracies, that doesn't happen with any other industry. The AI industry is failing us all, and those that are supposed to protect us from failing industries are not doing their job well. And there's also the issue of the power relations. Diane was saying there are going to be winners and there's going to be losers. And the thing is, how do we make sure there's more winners than losers? There's a great image from E.P. Thompson, the historian, who says that in the 19th century, when clocks were beginning to be made available, not for people, but factory owners could have clocks in the factories, but workers could not use them yet because we didn't have miniaturized clocks. The bosses would install clocks in the factories, and then a little bit before the end of the shift came, they would move the hands of the clock, like, you're going to work 15 minutes more today. So, of course, technology in the hands of one part of the equation will always benefit the rights and the possibilities and the privileges of that part of the equation. How do we make sure that if we come up with new technologies like the clock that have the ability to improve people's lives, that we put those technologies at the service of the majorities? And right now, that is not happening. I said it again. I said it before, and I'll say it again. AI for hiring is not being used on CEOs like me. It's being used on vulnerable, low-skilled populations. AI and diagnosis is not being used on the rich people. It's being used on the rest of us. We have a huge power dynamic around AI that is not being addressed. If we want to deepen our democracies, it is time that we start addressing how our democracies are translated into AI tools. And right now, we're not doing that.
Thank you so much, and well done, Gemma there, CEO of Ethica's AI. Both, as I said, very compelling arguments, but who cares about my opinion? Now it is up to you all again to take out your mobile phones or your iPads or your laptops, pop again back into Slido, and I will launch again the vote. So have our speakers made you change your mind? Will AI have a positive impact on the European economy and society? Let's close the vote and find out if our speakers have made you change your mind or not. So we're down to 55% are in favor from 80%, and 44%, are against. So well done to both our speakers. Diane Coyle, thank you so much for being with us. And Gemma Calderon, thank you so much for being with us. And obviously, this debate is not going anywhere, so do take this debate out of this room. bring up this topic tonight with friends or family or relatives and see what they think. And thank you again to our panelists. Not an easy job there, right? But you did a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now it is time for our second panel debate of the Brussels Economic Forum 2024. If you've just joined us, we're live all afternoon here from Brussels. And now it is time to get to know Federica Di Sadio from Politico, who'll be coming up in just a minute with her panellists. I see some of them have already joined us here in the room, MEP Danuta Hübner and Commissioner Kadri Simpson in charge of energy. So we're really looking forward as well to your panel. The topic here will be security in economic security in election times. Can Europe maintain its competitiveness while leading on the green transition? So leave it over to Federica in just a minute. Enjoy, and I'll see you later.
Good afternoon, and I would already welcome maybe my speakers to come on stage. So 2024 is a year of elections worldwide. Citizens in at least 64 countries will have casted their votes by the end of this year. And that means that 2024 will obviously be a year of change. But let's be honest, many of us are anxiously looking at what's going to happen across the Atlantic, because we want to see what kind of change will come out of the US elections. And that's because depending on the outcome of the US elections, the global geopolitical environment and our own security here in Europe will be reshaped. In the past 5 years, we have seen a tremendous shift in our global economy and also in our economic thinking. The COVID-19 pandemic and also the war of aggression waged by Russia in Ukraine have accelerated a trend towards the diversification of supply chains and increased the competition, ignited the race for global commodities and especially critical minerals, but also clean energy technologies and private investments. The EU has even had to change its policy vis-à-vis China because he had to embark on a de-risking policy. The EU knew, in fact, that a decoupling policy was no longer an option, and last summer it even released its economic security strategy. But now it will be up to the next Commission to figure out how to solve what many see as an impossible triangle, which is to fulfill the objectives of the Green Deal, which means to hit climate neutrality by 2050, but at the same time to restore competitiveness for its industries, and all of that while the EU is trying to stick to fiscal conservatism. And that, of course, all of that needs to happen against the backdrop of a huge question mark, which is whether the new US administration will be the trustworthy, security and trading partner that has long been for Europe. So I guess you might agree with me that the topics we will discuss today in this panel could hardly be more interesting. And that's why I would ask you again to join me in welcoming the speakers that we have today. I could start maybe with Kadri Simpson. She's the Commissioner for Energy at the European Commission. Good afternoon, Commissioner. It's great to have you here. We have Danuta Hübner. She is a member of the European Parliament for the European People's Party. Welcome, Professor Hübner. Lovely to have you here. And also we have Olivia Lazar. She's a research fellow at Carnegie Europe. Welcome, Professor Lazar. And unfortunately, we couldn't be joined by Carlos Cuerpo. He's the Minister of Economy that was supposed to be with us, but he couldn't make it, unfortunately. But we also have with us joining online Peter Carson. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Norvolt. Welcome, Mr. Carson. Great to have you here. So welcome to all of you. I think that's indeed a great panel, and that's going to be incredibly interesting. I've obviously prepared a few questions, but I would already encourage you to start thinking about your questions, because at the end of the panel, we will have roughly 20 minutes to get as many questions as we can. So if you want to ask a question to one of our panelists, just go on Slido on your browser, and you can use the hashtag EUBF24. And same thing, if you're joining online, then you can follow us on X and LinkedIn, and you can get the conversation going using the hashtag EUBF24. So, and now I think it's done with the logistics. We can jump straight in the panel. So I would like to start maybe by asking what might be a provocative question, but it's very much on top of the head of everybody, which is, I've outlined the challenges that we are facing now, the mounting competition, the problems we have with having to become fiscally conservative, again, the end of the RRF very soon. So I would say, are these green targets that we have basically spent 5 years agreeing on still feasible? And obviously I would like to ask this question, I would like to start with you, Commissioner, because you obviously were in a unique position also during this mandate to know exactly what was the role of the Commission and to outline the relevance of the Green Deal.
Yeah. Thank you for this question, and good afternoon, everybody. And thank you for spending your May afternoon in this windowless black box. Much appreciated. As you know, I'm responsible for EU energy policy, and this was just this spring when we were able to declare that we are out from emergency. In the past 2 years, Europe faced the most severe energy crisis for a generation. I could even say that the previous crisis in the 70s was not covering all the segments. It was mainly about oil, but we face difficulties in our electricity market, and of course, we face the manipulation of gas market. And now we have been able to end this very dangerous dependency that we had from imports from Russia. And I think that the main lesson learned was that we ended up in this situation not because of our Green Deal, but due to the fact that we were not green enough. And the massive deployment of renewables in the past 2 years has helped us to cut significantly our gas imports, has helped us to bring prices down to pre-war levels. And on top of that, has triggered the massive investments here in Europe, because just to give you some figures, in 2019, this was the year when we announced our Green Deal, and by the way, what happens in the United States with presidential elections, it is, of course, intellectually very interesting, but it doesn't change our way of decision-making. And in 2019, when we announced our Green Deal, and it was our long-term growth strategy, then, for example, this was the year when European companies, EU27, paid only for Russia 100 billion euros. We bought from them oil and gas and coal, and that means that by now, if majority of these imports are either sanctioned or we don't just receive gas by a decision, unilateral decision made by Russia, this is a investment that goes to our renewables. 2022 was extremely difficult year, and then our companies paid 600 billion for imports. So what I want to tell you is that Green Deal is long-term growth strategy. Now when we are out from emergency, we can allow the emergency proposals to expire, and we are back to the mid and long-term planning to give visibility for our investors. And we are in the situation where wind is now producing more electricity than natural gas. And this really brings along a very positive development also for consumers who do have more hours where they can use electricity at very affordable prices. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. You can sit down. And thanks for outlining indeed the encouraging aspects that we have seen already in the start of the implementation and other policies that the Commission has very swiftly proposed in such challenging times. I would like to ask the same question probably to Professor Hübner. And so you are from the European People's Party, which is the main political force that has spoken against the, I guess we could say, the difficulty to implement some of the green targets that since last year, way before the elections, started speaking against started arguing that it was unrealistic to implement some of them, started asking for a moratorium initially. So I would like to ask to you, do you think that the Green Deal targets, our overall goal of hitting climate neutrality by mid-century is realistic under these situations?
Well, thank you very much for invitation, first of all, but I would like probably to disappoint you because I know which political group I come from, but we are not just, I would say, having absolutely the same approach. I think across the European Parliament, you see not only different temperature regarding the ambition about the Fit for 55 or in general the greening ambitions of the European Union, and also within the political groups we also have different views. And I additionally come from Poland, where we have been suffering for probably a couple of months already from the farmers on the streets and on the roads, just unhappy with how the Green Deal is part of the common agricultural policy. But my view is slightly different. I think we have to be ambitious. I think this is a challenge. This is, for me, first of all, industrial transition to more competitive union. That's how we have to look at it. It's not a crisis management issue. It's a long-term strategic issue, just decisive for our future on many counts, deciding about our future. So we must talk about it, and I think we must be very ambitious. I think also that what is important here is because we don't know how to measure ambition actually, also on this, I don't know how to measure ambition, but when I look at the context in which we are discussing today, the issue, and also our vision for the future, we clearly see that there is a growing number of climate change-related events. We have more and more of those which bring also death, which bring also enormous economic cost. We also, I think, have to see, thinking about the future of this policy, we have to also to see that it all started with Europe being ambitious, and then I think we used to be for quite a while, I think, in absolute leadership globally. I think we are still on many accounts in the leadership, so we also have to understand what it would be if Europe now decides to lower the ambition and to give up with its leadership. We also have to compare, right? So if we can compare ourselves today probably to US and China, and I think the conclusion is absolutely clear. We should spare no effort to uphold the leadership. I also think that what is important for us in Europe, because all the ambitious targets that the Commission has proposed are just for Europe. They are not for individual states, and we can still see diverging actions and diverging achievements across the European Union. So this cross-border character of this ambition is extremely important as well. But we need to think about the whole of Europe without doubt. But what I think is extremely important is the citizens' role. And if you look, which we also have to do, at the expectations that are coming from citizens in Europe, it's more than 80% of the people that have ambition and expect from us, those responsible from the European institutions, but also nationally, locally, to see things addressed. And you can see in America, I think it's slightly above 60% that people of the population that expect, and in China is probably similar. So that's one more issue, I think, for us to be ambitious. And the last thing I would like to mention why we should be ambitious is that this is one of those challenges that don't respect borders, administrative, political, whatever, continental. So there's no borders, and there is also no borders between the sectors. So this is a policy which, or the challenge that has to link all the policies we are responsible for in the European Union, at European level, at national level, at local level, because everything is linked with everything else, and we have also to care about the funding, but I can understand funding is such a huge issue that you probably will ask us a separate question on how we would like to fund this ambition. Thank you.
Okay. Many thanks, Professor Übner, and I would say it's great to be disappointed in that way. So I would like now to move to you, Professor Lazar. So the same question, I would like to know what you make of these targets that we have agreed at a time in which we probably didn't see the full picture. We didn't see all the new circumstances. We didn't see them coming, or not entirely. So now we are entering this new era of realpolitik, and obviously we need to take into account other issues as well. So. Also, another thing I wanted to stress, we saw obviously some positive and encouraging aspects of what has already been done. We have been hearing about the cost of inaction, of not trying to achieve these targets, but I would also just stress the difficulty because of the time component. I mean, we need to act basically over the next 10 to 15 years. So do you think that these targets that we have agreed on so far are achievable?
They have to be. Okay. We have no other choice. I'll start by saying that I come to the notion of security with a rather multidimensional view, not just economic security. But the notion of competitivity and economic security is key to essentially meeting a number of security targets. And as a person who's been working in the peace and security sector, I'll start with the usual sort of recipe of how a security person starts, which is a diagnostic. The diagnostic was already mentioned this morning. From a climate security perspective, we have already struck midnight. Over the last year, global average temperatures were at at 1.65 degrees over pre-industrial levels. Forgive me for the graphic image, but that means that we have loaded the climate gun. Already now, we're losing about $60 million an hour as a result of direct climate disasters. This is an underestimation. We know that Europe is warming 3 times faster than other parts of the world. This is for a second reason, which is the ecological diagnostic. Our economies are very resource intensive. That means that we're essentially undermining the ecological carrying capacity upon which our economic security relies. Our water resources, our soils, our ecological integrity is weakening. This is making us more vulnerable to various forms of climate shocks, disruptions, as well as issues of scarcity, which are only starting now. This has implications for agricultural sectors, but also for industrial sectors, for technology, and for trade. We've seen it already in the last couple of years. This means that it has direct feedback loop effects within economic systems via, amongst other things, inflationary pressures. And we know that inflationary pressures usually bring a lot of polarization and socioeconomic fragmentation, which tend to benefit parties of the extremes. So technically, what we need to do, and this was the original proposition of the Green Deal already 5 years ago, is to decouple our economy from greenhouse gases, but not just that. We technically need to decouple it from intensive material use, which needs to come after the energy transition becomes effective, because the energy transition itself is extremely materially intensive since it relies on critical raw materials. In order to be competitive, we already need to invest extremely rapidly into full circularity. This is not happening, at least not at the pace required. This is where we find one of the low-hanging fruits. The other thing relates to the way in which we have coupled essentially green and digitalized. This creates a contradiction within our Green Deal. Digitalization leads to humongous amounts of energy and material consumptions. We've already gone from about 2% of energy consumption in 2010 to now 8 to 9% in 2024 of the digital sector, and this is set to grow exponentially. This is essentially creating a fundamental problem in how we're going about, this issue of competitivity, because we still need essentially to maintain our ecological base in order to protect essentially economic competitivity. And then, of course, the last bit of the diagnosis is not just in the realm of how climate and ecological change create feedback loops within our economy. We're facing a global environment where there is systems rivalry, and as part of the systems rivalry, war is being used as an instrument to try and shift essentially the chances of economic competitivity into one part of the equation towards Russia, towards China. Systems rivals today are competing for the means of the fourth industrial revolution and over the outcomes of the fourth industrial revolution, which obviously means that any actor today in Europe telling you green is too hard or too expensive, this is a lame duck. This is an actor that has not understood what is at stake. If systems rivalry actually plays over the very outcomes of green and digital, then it means that Europe has a vital role to play. The issue was essentially that at the very outset of its existence in the Green Deal, it suffered from one critical dimension, a geopolitical one. The Green Deal was conceptualized for Europeans, by Europeans, with Europeans. But the Green Deal actually relies on a lot of materials coming outside of Europe and on relationships and diplomatic interlinkages and interdependencies that are key within this game of systems rivalry in which we need to invest. So competitivity and economic security is actually the product. It is the outcome of a larger set of different factors, of a larger set of ingredients that go into making Europe competitive as a recipe. It requires now, very specifically, something crucial. It requires coherence, cohesion at home, and therefore fighting effects of fragmentation. Coupled with that, we actually need to invest into geopolitical, geoeconomic, and geostrategic positioning as European actors. So within Europe, we need to identify our strength. This is research and innovation. This is regulation. This is the diversity of national industrial experiences and culture. This is about having also a set of different ecological assets that we need to strengthen and to protect. We also need to identify our weaknesses and rapidly remedy them. We need to essentially establish ecosystems from an industrial perspective that connect research actors, patent developers with industrial actors and investors. This, as of yet, is not solid enough. We need to integrate from an electricity perspective. This is what Bruegel tells us, which obviously makes sense. It will lower essentially some of the structural costs related to energy use. And we need, obviously, to have an equilibrium between public investments and private energy investment and risk-taking. And we will obviously, from a foreign and security and defense perspective, need to have a different outlook. The first thing is that we will need to be extremely strategic in how we look at the future of expansion around critical raw materials. We need to de-risk certain markets and commodities, such as copper, which are scheduled to have a number of bottlenecks in the future. We need to invest into infrastructure that will make essentially the transportation and processing of these different commodities more easy. And we need to invest into de-risking strategies that are seen from the perspective of our partners, particularly in the Global South, where essentially we have the key actors, the key arbiters of the systems rivalry and of the way in which the fourth industrial revolution will play out.
Many thanks, Professor Lazar. I think there was a great roadmap on how to ensure Europe's future economic security. But now I would like to ask you, Peter, I mean, you're the CEO of one of the most well-known clean tech company, that, as we like to define these companies those days. So it's a very well-known battery manufacturer, and it's also a success story in a way, because you founded it back in 2016, and to develop it to the way Northvolt is today, you had to beat basically a Chinese competition, which was already by the time very advanced. So I would like to know what do you make of that? What do you think of European green targets as of now, whether they are more difficult to reach after the turmoil we have seen geopolitically, but also taking into account your own story with the story of Northvolt and the how you look basically at the help that the EU can give to companies such as yours to become more strategic.
Well, thank you for that introduction, and first and foremost, I totally agree with the rest of the speakers that this is not the time to slow down. This is the time to further lean forward, and I think both science shows us how important it is to continue driving this transition, and where Europe have and is playing a forefront in the world. With the Paris Treaty and with its adoption of policies towards the Paris Treaty. So I think it's incredibly important, even though there are a number of challenges right now, economic and military challenges, etc. to continue holding the pathway here. And I think what is really, really important is to continue making EU an incredibly attractive market to participate in, and thereby generating further investments, not just European investments, but global capital into Europe, into this transition. I think it is also very, very important, in these key technologies that we know will be enabling, that we continuously foster European champions, that we are making sure that in these different areas, whether it's batteries or whether it's electrolyzers or whether it's windmills, etc., that we continue enabling European champions in this through a very, very strong local market.
Thank you, Peter. And so back to you, Commissioner. Now the question is more about something that is so important that was already mentioned a few times by our speakers, which is basically the conundrum of investment. How do we plug this investment gap that becomes bigger and bigger as years go? And so I believe that the Commission itself has recently released a figure trying to calculate how much investment the EU would need to fulfill its Green Deal goals, which is over 6 billion per year. That's indeed a huge figure. We cannot really imagine basically how to get this money. So there is no debate by this point that the money will have to be blended, a mix of private, but especially, a mix of public, but especially private sector money. I would say, do you think is it possible to raise such incredible amount of money, and especially at a time, again, of very challenging circumstances of high debt, high interest rate?
Of course, it is challenging, but I think that we have some good stories to tell already. So in 2019, when Europe became the first global region that committed to become climate neutral by 2050, there were lots of skepticism that maybe it's not worth it. Since then, all the major global players have committed similar way to climate neutrality. This might be 10 or 20 years later than us, but they have figured out that there is a first mover advantage, and they don't want to miss that. Since then, for example, last year, our pledge to triple renewables by the end of this decade and double energy efficiency gains has attracted more than 130 governments. And why we proposed this kind of commitment was that, of course, this is not only what we are doing here in Europe, but global trends will also impact us all. And based on calculations, this is the only way to end future investments into fossil fuel, especially coal-fired power plants. So if we will bring online these volumes, then across the globe, consumers will see that at this very moment, renewables are the most cost-efficient, most affordable sources of energy. And we have to keep in mind that the demand for electricity is growing fast due to the growth in the emerging world, but also due to the fact that there are still 600 million people who do not have any access to electricity. And when we committed to this goal, of course we kept in mind that it demands investments, but there has to be also fair share for our enterprises. And in parallel, we have proposed several action plans. For example, wind power action plan that will support our competitiveness, because offshore wind, for example, is still one of the clean tech sectors where Europeans do hold global leadership. Now, coming back to the investment need, it was only 2020, based on IEA, International Energy Agency's assessment, when €1 investment into the fossil fuel sector was met by €1 to renewables. Last year, it was already more favorable towards renewables. €1 to fossil fuel sector was matched by €1.4 to renewables. And that means that private investors, they do read the signs that politicians send. They do see that there is a market case. And this was also the reason why beyond 2030, we need also to send message that our transition continues. So I am in a very final moment to finalize 2030 national energy and climate plans. They will be ambitious, but beyond that, we do know that we need all the low carbon technologies to meet our 2040 targets. And my last comment is that there are some sectors where public investment is necessary. For example, for us here in Europe, this is the challenge that our grids are, well, despite the fact that Europe is most interconnected continent at all, but they are still, they do need significant upgrade, especially our distribution grids, because by the end of this decade, 40% of our distribution grids are older than 40 years. And we want to electrify our passenger fleet, we want to electrify heating, so it demands massive investments. And we have to figure out how to bring online EU funds, for example, with the help of EIB too, because we cannot leave it only for tariffs. That would make it, well, very difficult for consumers and enterprises to digest.
Thanks a lot, Commissioner. And back to you, Professor Übner. So I would like to know, obviously, what you think about the comments made by Commissioner Simpson, but also, I mean, is it really possible to create a business case for clean energy technologies as long as we keep subsidizing fossil fuels? I mean, this seems a bit of an odd situation to me. And also, about what she meant, when she mentioned the need to raise some public funds. Obviously, the Commission seems to be leaning towards asking more help from international investment banks like the EIB. This is obviously part of the puzzle, but do you think we can hit these figures that I mentioned before, these billions of money we need for the transition, if we don't raise joint debt as we did with the RRF?
Thank you very much. I would like to continue actually torturing ourselves that we are chronically underinvested as European Union, and wherever we look, we need more investment. And Commissioner spoke, but also I think Peter mentioned this massive investment and also Olivia, I think as well, that we need massive investment. And I also understand, especially from what Peter was saying, that also Commissioner, that we need different categories of investment, and these are not zero-sum games. So we need also different investment, different financial instruments also that would facilitate the whole process, because we have very different investors, and we have also somewhere there down also small and medium-sized companies, which I think are fundamental also for this process. But in any way, I think the role of business community when it comes to investment and competitiveness and also the global technology race, I think the role of the business community is absolutely fundamental. And also for this big transition, I would also see the business community as an important real driver. I don't want to say that there is no role for the public authorities, but I also think that all those investors who have different appetite for de-risk technologies. Probably we already can find this kind of technologies and investment of this type in this field. But there are also startups. There is also something which is the weakness of Europe, which is all those who could scale up and cannot because of the lack of specific funding. But then we have also the SMEs, as I mentioned, also very diversified. So all this, I think, has to be taken into account. And then on public authority side, which is not only Commission, I think a lot must be done also at national level, can be done at national level. A lot, I think, can happen also at local level, and especially when you look at cities in Europe, they have already undertaken certain responsibilities, all the mayors of European cities. So we also have to see that all those actors in public sector, they are also everywhere, and there is a responsibility. Some of us, like the Commission especially, has to build the ecosystem, which is needed to facilitate the whole, or even incentivize the whole process. We probably will have to look again at some regulations that you already have, but the new Commission most likely will have to look at it as well. And we must probably remember better than so far that we have to, politicians, those who create the ecosystem, that they have to talk more with people. And the consultation, we clearly see that we have to go beyond what is already the tradition. But I think that what is the most important thing is to finally make Europe generate a system that would provide sufficient financing for any investment, including this one. And this is actually very frustrating when you look at the savings rate in Europe, when you look how many trillions euros we have in private accounts, as we already all know, mostly in banks, but also there are reports showing that we Europeans develop also the taste in investing our savings in Asian bonds or American equity and bonds. And so we just have to look again probably more carefully, and I hope that the Council will be ready for this after these elections. We need, first of all, a fully fledged capital market, which is actually shame on us. If you look at it, comparing to the twice as big American capital market, our is not only small, is illiquid, is fragmented very strongly. We don't have success. We haven't been successful with long-term savings products. We actually failed, I think. We need also to look again into it. We have to look also at how the taxation system or national taxation are conducive or not conducive to the long-term saving products. We have to do, which I think Commission promised, to make a major review of securitization market, and I think finally we didn't get it yet. So if you could just see that next time around, that there will be also more about securitization. I think there is a huge potential there. But then, of course, we also need specific instruments for the clean tech or clean energy as well. And I am extremely happy to see that in Enrico Letta's report, there is a whole list of things which he's proposing to improve the potential of financing, of investment financing in Europe, not only capital market, but also, for example, those special guarantees, green guarantees, which I think could be also probably very useful, and so and a lot of instruments supporting also the potential of small and medium-sized companies when it comes to this green type of investment. So I hope that the new Commission will also look into those financial potential issues, and especially the capital market, everything that can facilitate not only the investment, but that can also facilitate what is crucial, which is changing the business model so that we stop talking about subsidies for the fossil fuel investment. If we manage to get the Energy Charter Treaty in the right way, like the Commission wanted at the beginning, and some of us, and here I'm praising my political group, wanted to have 2 years ago, we lost the time, and we continue to have this unreformed, unmodernized treaty and continue to have around the support for the fossil fuels and protection of fossil fuel investments. So I think we have to remember that the financing is not just to have investment, but it's also to facilitate the change of the business model, which I think is extremely important in the also changing global context in which we will be investing in the years to come. Thank you.
Many thanks, Professor Hübner. It was a very exhaustive set of policy recommendations. And Professor Lazar, I saw you nodding a lot when Professor Hübner was talking. So do you agree with her investment recipe? Do you think that also one of the things that she mentioned is that the business sector needs to be at the drive, not exclusively, but at the drive of the transition to raise the money for the green transition? What's your take?
I think I would join essentially Mrs. Simpson's allocution and the last one as well, in the sense that, as Mrs. Simpson said, we need essentially to give private sector actors visibility, predictability, and a sense of what needs to change in order to invest in the right sectors. And at the same time, there is essentially, the need to free, the capital markets and to sort of make reforms in a way that will increase, obviously, public investments into the right directions. The key question is going to be, again, and this relates back to the business model question, a larger one from a geostrategic perspective, where the investments need to go and in what sequence and coordination mechanisms. At the moment, what we're facing in terms of danger is to have essentially geopolitical or geoeconomic competitors or rivals invest into the future of Europe in a way that would, potentially help to deploy some green technologies, but over the long term, it would create critical infrastructure risks. It would create dependency risks. I think that President Macron mentioned it in his speech at La Sorbonne, that Europe could die as a result of unhealthy dependencies, because it's essentially turning the European strength on its head and turning it into a weakness. So the question then is, how do we take a step back? What is needed essentially in terms of economic modeling to serve the interests and the objectives of the European model? What is this European model going to be? We need to invest, and that was mentioned this morning, into social welfare systems. We need to invest into the green technologies in terms of energy change. We need to invest into digitalization in a way that does not actually increase the energy and material footprint. So that means also changing the way in which we look at this sector, which is considered one of the key areas of competitiveness. And that means, as Peter was mentioning, that we need to identify specifically new champions. That's why there is a whole conversation at the moment about industrial policy in the European Union. We're rediscovering what industrial policy is about, what it should look like. This is not something that was a competency for a number of decades, so it's going to take a bit of time before we can figure it out. What we do know, however, is that, again, as I was saying, there is a need to think in terms of research, innovation, technology, and industrial ecosystems together. So to create the platforms that will essentially identify where the changes need to happen, where the low-hanging fruits in terms of European competitivity need to be. There are already some in the market, but we've lost a lot of them, solar and potentially wind. So we need to strengthen those. But again, there are other sectors that really need investment and that look at the future of geostrategic transformation. We're looking essentially at a real need of investment and innovation and recyclability in circularity of economies. Because at the moment, recyclability is still too expensive, particularly for stuff like critical raw materials, which we're desperately after. We also need to have innovation around what I would call technologies for planetary boundaries. I was talking recently to investors or innovators within the phytomining sector. It's about how to essentially sort of use plants that will draw up from polluted lands that are not, let's say, that do not provide the type of investments, return on investments that are necessary for full mines, but which can essentially sort of, create co-benefits in terms of creating critical raw materials by planting plants that will depollute soils, making them over time more amenable to agriculture. This is the type of innovation that is growing in Europe. It just doesn't have the sort of scale, as you were saying, because of issues around fragmentation, around issues around fiscal space or fiscal impositions. So all of this, again, points back to the fact that we do have innovation that does need investment. And the recipe for investment is essentially looking at how to coordinate better, how to change the way in which we function as a regional market, not as 27 different markets, and how we invest into the areas of the future that go even beyond what is currently considered critical, and look at how to transform the way in which we do economic development in our region as a way to pioneer what economic development will look like in a climate-disrupted world where natural resources are going to become more and more brittle. Again, this is not a laughing matter because it actually questions the way in which we do industrial development. And I'll end on this. Some of the key aspects around how to invest and how to make sure that investments actually prolong or transform into an ability from a European agility perspective, capability perspective, have to do with nature. We need to invest into regenerative practices at scale. This is an entire new sector which is now combining industrial and nature-based actors, and how we need to completely reform as well the agricultural system in Europe to try and move towards agroecology. This is fundamental in order to actually get over the hump of this fourth industrial revolution and to actually give it a normative, ethical, and reasonable economic direction for the future.
Many thanks, Professor Lazar. And back to you, Peter. So you're in a very unique position because you've heard all the comments of our panelists. So I would be very interested in your opinion. First of all, do you think that the EU will be able to plug the gap in terms of investments? And here we have heard a lot of suggestions on how to do it, and especially where to put the attention to the priority also of these investments. What do you make of it? Where do you think that the attention of the next mandate should be focused?
Well, first and foremost, obviously, the green transition is a capital-intensive transition. It's not a scalable software, but it's a number of technologies that are capital-intensive, which means that enabling the green transition also means that we need to invest. The good thing is that there is a lot of capital in the world. It is a lot. It might not be exactly where we would like it to be, but you have trillions of dollars among the big capital funds, and you're actually starting to see where they are starting to do bigger and bigger allocations towards green transition investments in their funds. And obviously that's a very, very positive trend, and I think I think we can also work with ways of driving that that portfolio allocation even further. But I do think, you know, for them, the big capital owners, together obviously with the different institutions of EU, it becomes really important. You know, the bigger the investments is, the more important it is that, you know, there is, you know, stable conditions for that investment. That there is a very clear long-term plan, and there is a stability in where we're going with the market and the regulatory. And you know, if you look at China, for example, you know, I think 4 or 5 years ago, you know, they ruled out the plan of how to phase out combustion engine in a step-by-step plan, basically year by year, and in the same time, so creating a very clear rule book for anybody who wants to be active in that market, which is the largest car market in the world now, and in the same time, they brought in a lot of funding into the ecosystems, you know, from EV car makers to batteries, into the supply chains and the raw materials. And they also, you know, basically concentrated as they were seeing, you know, in which area are we creating Chinese champions in this, and they channeled the funding, and more, you know, that you know, the global capital also, you know, supported that activity. And I think there is you know, when we look at different the different markets for the green transition, there are some good things to take from that in creating and making sure that Europe is an even more attractive market to invest in. And you know,
yeah, Peter, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I see that unfortunately our time is quickly running out, and I see that we only have 10 minutes, and I really wanted to, really sorry, I really wanted to take some questions from the public, so, because normally we were supposed to have 20 minutes. So I have a few questions here. I might go with a question from Slido, but Peter asked, and there is no clear panelist to whom the question is directed, so please let me know if any of you four would like to answer. It's a very common argument. So China, the US, India account for more than half of global CO2 emission, and the EU is just 7%. And so he asked, why do we demand such a giant effort from the EU, if, such as the electrification of all vehicles by 2035? I think it's important to reply to these kind of questions because I think there are a lot of people who might think the same. Is there a candidate to reply?
I can share first thoughts.
Sure.
Many entrepreneurs are approaching me, and they do ask that they want to have access to the energy sources with the same price as their global competitors. At the same time, until now, Europe is very dependent on imported fossil fuels. Even despite the fact that we have been able successfully to replace Russian fossil fuels with alternatives, we are still importing country. At the same time, for example, United States covers with their own production domestic demand and is exporter. So the only solution to allow our consumers to benefit also from affordable prices is to replace step by step imported fossil fuels with homegrown renewables, and this of course means also electrification. But we are technology neutral. When Commission is presenting new legislative proposals, we are always technology neutral. Member states can choose their energy mix. And we do acknowledge that there are some solutions that are not market ready yet. For example, carbon capture and storage necessary for fertilizer industry, cement industry, for example. And this is why we have presented also strategies that will be followed up by next Commission. My last comment is about nuclear. We do face a major challenge because also European nuclear fleet is nearing, well, almost half of the reactors are nearing very soon to the end of their life cycle. And when we presented electricity market design, then our aim was also to give predictability about the future revenues so that necessary investments to prolong the working cycle would materialize. We are also aware that across Europe there are lots of excitement about small modular reactors, and well, usually the technology developers who are approaching our governments are coming outside from EU. That was the reason why we also launched this spring Small Modular Reactors Industrial Alliance to encourage European developers. And I think that we have to keep in mind that Green Deal was, of course, about our climate commitment. It was growth strategy. And based on the experience of past 2 years when Russia launched its unjustified war against Ukraine, but also started to manipulate our markets, it has been part of our resilience strategy. So this is something that we can do just to take back the decision-making from partners who, well, at least one dominant partner clearly was violating its dominant market position. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd love to intervene as well, just very quickly on this question. Because the question mentioned, why is it necessary to make such a gigantic effort? We need to change the perspective for two reasons. The first one is, as I mentioned, it's a matter of existential security, because we've loaded the climate gun, as I was saying, and it's not as if essentially the climate disruptions are only going to hit areas outside of Europe. We already suffer tremendously from it. You'll see what will happen this summer, particularly as a result of the end of the El Niño phenomenon. This is only going to sort of increase, and this will contract the economic competitivity of Europe as we go along. But again, it's also just a question of making sure that we have livable societies in which to live. Not just now, but 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now. The second thing, once again, is it's a matter of survival from an economic competitivity for the reasons that I mentioned before. The very future of economics is being played today in terms of who invests better, with what kind of fiscal model, which is proving to create at scale a green economy, which will actually change the future of international norms, peace and security architectures in the future, and the way in which we live or not in a rules-based order, with what kind of norms. This is essentially a question of it's a political economic question, how we transform today, the decisions that we're making today, where investments need to go in order to help certain sectors transition, is a matter that will eventually determine if Europe can be competitive, if Europe can be safe and secure, and if Europe can exist at all. This is what we're talking about. It's not a matter of effort, it's a matter of investment, it's a matter of mobilization, and it's a matter of knowing exactly what kind of society we want to live in the future, very near future.
Many thanks. And I understand that there is also a question in the room. Can the person maybe... Oh yeah, I see that, yeah.
Yes. Okay, yes. First of all, I would like to thank you all for discussing your views on economic security. I think it's a very important one. My name is Ardi Kaars. I'm a citizen from the Netherlands and also here on behalf of my investment committee. A recurring theme is efficient capital allocation, and I think corruption risk is an important one in this regard. There's one stakeholder, in my view, that is consistently overlooked: whistleblowers. 3 names come to my mind in the first instance: Stephanie Gibault from France, John Christmas from Latvia, or Maria Efimova from Malta. But there are many other ones. Their efforts are necessary to reduce corruption risks, make markets more efficient, and also safeguard for individual rights. My question is, what is the EU going to do for these people on their behalf and on the EU's own behalf? Thank you.
Commissioner, do you... Well, I don't believe it's exactly the expertise of the Commissioner.
I'm afraid that I do have a colleague who is responsible for that, and she's unfortunately not at this panel.
Yeah, but yeah, it was. I have other questions on the ETS. No worries. Actually, we have very little time, so maybe I would just very quickly go to the previous question. I just select the last one. Or maybe I would just ask a question I'd prepare, and we can just do a quick round so that you can tell me what you think about it, because that's something very topical right now. We just talked a lot about investments that are needed for the green transition, but also just as Professor Lazar stressed before, for Europe to exist at all as Europe. So. Obviously, the need for security investments is also very prominent. We have seen it. But there is a fear that the need for security investment and defense will also divert the money that would have normally gone to the green transition. Now, we know that to have a climate-proof future, normally we would have to be in peace. That makes sense. But how do we... do you see actually a risk of money being diverted? Also taking into account that we have such limited fiscal space. I don't know, it's a big question, and we just have very little time. But maybe if you, Commissioner, could just tell us what you think about it.
I tried to be very brief. I do remember that 5 years ago, prior to European elections, the major discussion was around our climate commitments. This year, it's clearly war at our borders. I was in Ukraine, Kiev, last week, and the massive destruction that Russia is creating also in the energy sector. Ukraine has lost all their thermal power plants. They have lost altogether 8 gigawatts of power generation capacity. Is beyond the imagination. But I do believe that for Europeans, for our economy, the most cost-efficient way to take care of our own defense and the future prospect is to pull together as fast as possible all our resources to send a message to aggressor that aggressor always pays a very high price, and to allow Ukraine to restore control over their territory. Otherwise, if we just postpone these investments into the future, it will be too costly and doesn't send this message, and that would be wrong. So my message to Ukrainians was that we will help them to rebuild their energy infrastructure, because we don't want the Russians to succeed. Thank you.
Many thanks. Thanks again to our panelists for what was an excellent discussion. Many thanks to you in the room for your interest, and also to those that join us online. Maïf, over to you.
time with some audio. Thank you so much to Federica De Sadio there for that panel debate, and of course to her panelists and as well the guests joining online. Don't leave the room though. Everyone's trying to leave the room. We still have a fantastic conversation coming up. It is the last conversation of the day, the final event, if you like, taking place on this stage in this black box, as we heard Commissioner Kadri Simpson describe it earlier. I would like now to invite up on stage Julia Cagé. She's, of course, the well-known French economist. She's the author of a number of books. She also just last year won the Best Young French Economist Award. And her recent book is called The History of Political Conflicts, Elections and Social Inequalities in France. Her book actually looks at voter behaviour, which is a topic, obviously, that in this room we're all fascinated by, because, of course, those elections, as we heard many, many times today, are coming up in 21 days. So we're all watching exactly what could happen. I noticed in the previous panel, some of the questions that were put on Slido weren't answered due to time restrictions, so perhaps we can push them on to the panel now with Julia Cagé. So ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in the room, please put your hands together for Julia Cagé. Hi, welcome. Welcome to the Brussels Economic Forum. Julia, you are our final guest of the day. You can take a seat right over there. It's not an easy time to come on stage because that, you know, that afternoon dip when everyone's getting a bit sleepy, the food is starting to digest and people are a little bit tired. But of course, for those in the room, there will be a networking cocktail right after this session with Julia. So do not move. Stay with us here in the room. And of course, for those online, thank you so much for staying with us here at the Brussels Economic Forum, coming to you live all day here from Brussels, from the square, from the city centre. How's your day been? Have you been listening? Any thoughts for us first on what you've heard so far?
Yeah, I have. Only the afternoon, I have to say. I joined after the food, not before, so that not to be too sleepy during my own conversation. But I thought it was fascinating. I thought very important questions were raised. And I also think that for many of these questions, we do not have any definite answers. We are all pretty afraid by what is happening. In particular, if we look at the polls for the forthcoming European elections, in the majority of the countries, the political landscape is quite frightening. And to begin with, just by looking at political participation, in the majority of the countries, less than half of the people are going just to go and turn out for those elections. If you look at young people, people that are below 25, and if you look at the polls, what we see is that in some places, only a third or less of young people are going to go and vote for the next European elections. So there is huge political risk that are linked to some of the issues we discussed today, very important one, like the one on climate change. And I think it's important for us to think about these issues, to try to find solutions. But part of the conclusions I would draw from today that we have a lot of ideas, energies, which is good, but we still need to find a way to implement better policies.
Indeed, that's often the case, isn't it? You have fantastic questions, but often finding the answers is very tricky. And we had earlier a panelist from the trade unions saying that the Commission and also the EU in general needs to come up with policies that work for people, for citizens. Otherwise, we heard they will float to various sides of the political spectrum and believe those who promise them things that they will not be able to deliver. But the problem is, in order for these policies to work, Julia, you need political will. You need member states on board. And as we've seen how tricky it is when it comes to EU summits to get various member states on board with a number of policies, it's just not happening. And I don't really see it happening either in the next 5 years in the new mandate.
It's one of the reasons why it's hard as of today to improve the European Union. But I think we need to find a way to make it more efficient in a sense. If I look at the past 5 years, very important reforms were passed. Some of them, they they really go in the good direction, but some of them could also have like gone much further. I'm going to take one example, given the previous panel was tackling a lot this issue of climate change and how do you fight against climate change. There were some reforms that were passed at the level of the EU. For example, the fact of introducing carbon mechanism at the frontiers. So basically you have a tax carbon, which is a way to protect the industries, and at the same time, it's a way to fight against climate change. So this is a very good change, and this is a very good set of policies. And this might matter. But at the same time, if you look at the way it's going to be implemented, by 2027, 2028, the amount of money this mechanism is going to generate will be more or less equal to 2 to 3% of the total importations from China. So basically this is peanuts. We are talking about 3% of the amount of the Chinese importations into the EU. So it won't be enough to fight against climate change. And in terms of like creating jobs that disappeared during the past 20 or 30 years in many European countries because of unfair competition, it won't work either. So you have a good idea, you have a good mechanism, but at the end of the day, these kind of policies won't have a real impact on the way people live. It won't create new jobs, it won't create like more money, it won't help to fight against climate change. So we need to go one step further. And I think very often, in a sense, EU is too shy. When you have this idea and you are able, like, I am not saying that it's easy, but when you have this kind of ideas, when you introduce this kind of mechanism, in a sense, we should go further, like very soon, and try to make it more efficient, which has not been the case. And I think this is pretty important, because this is on these kind of things that at the end of the day, people either they decide not to go and turn out for European elections, just because they think that, okay, EU does not matter, or they are going to go and turn out for parties that are against the EU, because they see the cost of the EU, but they do not really see the benefits of the EU.
And when people go to vote, Julia, I know you've researched this in depth, probably mostly in France, the country you know best, but when we vote, are we thinking with our heads or are we thinking with our hearts?
I guess we always think a little bit with our heart, but what matters is really a number of socioeconomic characteristics, and this is really key, and this is one of the key findings of the book we just published with Thomas Piketty. So we have this history of political conflict. What do we do in the book? We do something very simple. I don't know. We do something which took us a lot of time, but at the end of the day, this is simple to read. We look at the way people voted for the past 250 years. So basically, we collected data on all legislative presidential elections in France, on all the main referendum, including the referendum on the European Union, back to 1789. And we look at the determinants of the voting behavior. And in particular, we look at the role played by income, the role played by wealth, but also the role played by education, the kind of job that you have, the territory where you live, whether you live in a rural place or whether you live in a urban place. We look also at whether you rent your place or whether you own your place. We look at all these different dimensions. And what we show is that the explanatory power of all these variables, okay, socioeconomic variable plus the territory, we talk about like geo-social class, okay, territory plus economic conditions. All these variables have very strong explanatory power, and the explanatory power of this variable is stronger today than whenever in the past. Basically, you can explain 75% of the differences in voting behavior between French cities just with these socioeconomic variables plus the place where people live. This is key, because when you take the same set of explanatory variables and you add other dimensions, in particular dimensions that are linked to immigration, share of foreigners, share of migrants, you just increase the explanatory power of your model by 1 or 2%. So this is peanuts, okay? this matters a little bit. You move from 75% to 77%, and I am not saying that people never vote on these dimensions, okay, linked to fear, foreigners, migration, kind of things that people tend to qualify at non-rational way of like voting, like pessimism, the fact of not trusting other people, but they really vote depending on their economic conditions. And if you look at France 2017-2022, the best predictor of the vote for the radical right party in France, 2017-2022, is a vote against the EU in 2005. Okay? I am strongly in favor of the EU. Okay, let's make things very, very clear. Okay? I'm a pro-EU. I think EU can do better, but it should go like further. But it's of interest to see that people vote for the radical right in particular, because the number of them who are unemployed, who lost their job, who live in rural territory, who do not really benefit from globalization, opening to trade, the fact of being able like to like travel more, like go abroad and study, or making their kids benefit from all these opportunities. These people, they do vote for the radical right, and they do not vote for the radical right just because they are angry or not rational or not trusty. They do vote for the radical right because they have a low income, they lost their job,
they want to have more money in their pocket.
And so they vote with their head, not with their heart. But the good news is, given that they vote with their head, if we were to implement good policies that were going to improve their living conditions, they would stop voting for this kind of parties.
Well, that was my next question, because as we can see in France, the majority, even though you have the European Parliament based in a French city, in Strasbourg, we see that most people there see the EU as an enemy and not as a friend. So obviously the role then of the EU is to address these issues, address social inequality, address poverty, and as we've seen, that is one of the priorities of Europeans, as according to a number of polls that we've seen in the last couple of months. But how do we address these issues? I mean, obviously it came up as well a lot today during these debates. Lots of questions, but no answers. If you were running the European Commission, if you were Paolo Gentiloni, the Commissioner, what would you do, bearing in mind that you need to bring all the finance ministers along with you?
Except if you decide that the unanimity rule is no longer the one that should be in place. And I think one of the big limitations of what happened over like the past 10 or 20 years, and the fact that a lot of people were disappointed by the EU, is that because of this unanimity rule, a lot of things that we should do, for example, in terms of fiscal competition, tax, redistribution, we were not able to do it. So I guess that if I were to run the EU, the first thing that I would do is to try to have some reforms so that on tax issues in particular, everything linked to taxation and protectionism, we no longer need the unanimity rule. Okay? I know that some people would disagree, but I guess that a lot of people would also agree, because a lot of people want the EU to be more efficient and to be able to go a little bit further, in particular in terms of redistribution, fiscal justice, more protectionism, and better fight against climate change.
And that's exactly this morning we had the Prime Minister of Lithuania, Ingrid Šimonytė, here on stage, saying that she hopes we'll have a more efficient European Union in the upcoming mandate. That is her dream. But just, we're here sitting in Brussels 3 weeks before those elections. How are you testing the temperature across the continent now? You mentioned earlier voter turnout among young people. We saw the voter turnout back in 2019. Back to Eurobarometers, this time it looks like it will increase. That's what we're hearing. But what's your take? How do you think the campaign has been so far? And what can you potentially see as an outcome when it comes to that turnout?
I think in this case, you really need to look country by country. The campaign was very different in different number of places, depending on the timing of the elections compared to other elections, and in particular compared to national elections. There were also like a number of issues that were at play into the campaign. Some of them, like we knew that they would be part of the debate, for example, the Ukraine war. But you know, in 2019, where I think we were thinking about like the 2024 elections, we are not expecting this kind of issue. There is obviously everything that is happening in Gaza that is also part of the political debate, and then there is the national politics. So I think we cannot have like a broad overview of what is happening, and Okay, you give me too few times, like to be able, like to dig into the politics of each country. Like, let me just give you one example. If you compare France and Italy, for example, in France, people say like the more Emmanuel Macron participates into the debate, the worse it is for its candidate. While in Italy, Meloni is going to be to run on the list to try to make it more efficient. So. Okay, it really depends on the different kind of context. What is sure that if you look at the polls, the right is going to improve its political representation at the European Parliament, and in particular politicians from radical right movements, and in particular politicians from movements who want to weaken the European Union. So overall, we should all be afraid by that, first thing. And then again, even if, okay, you look at the Eurobarometer and they are a little bit more optimistic in terms of like turnout than in 2019, but first we still do not know. And second, it will be low in any case. Even if it is higher in terms of participation than 5 years ago, it will be a pretty low rate of participation. Again, in a huge number of countries, participation will be below 50%. Less than 1 people out of 2 are going to come and turn out. And this also weaken, at the end of the day, the European Union.
Okay, Julia, Kaja, they're very worried. I mean, just to quote as well, the Commissioner for the Economy this morning, Paolo Gentiloni, said we've 20 days, he said, to fight the danger. You mentioned Giorgia Meloni. She, of course, has put her face to the campaign in order, of course, to increase the voter turnout there. But just to go back to what we discussed as well in those panels earlier about how can Europe be competitive but also be fair? I feel like this is a question that's popping up at so many conferences of late. And of course, we had the Enrico Letta report as well a few weeks ago on the fragmented single market, and so much needs to be done. It feels like we're still decades away from having a really functioning system. What would your take be there? Because obviously we heard the science as well, the reality. Nobody here in this room needs to know the facts and the science of what's at stake for our climate. But Europe as well needs to stay competitive, and businesses are struggling and they're having a very hard time right now.
You are raising like a very large number of challenges at the same time. If we talk about climate change, and I guess if we talk about the green revolution, and this is also linked to the popularity of different political parties, I think the way we should tackle this question is really through the issue of equality. Let's take the example of the carbon tax, and let's compare it to income tax. In the majority of the countries, when we talk about income tax, we talk about progressive income. And we know why. Because we think that we should not tax the same way the first euro, the 100 euros, 1,000 euros, or if you make 1 million euro, then your marginal tax rate should be much higher. Now let's look at the policies we tend to implement to fight against climate change. What do? We introduce some carbon tax at a single rate. Everybody is paying the same price, which means that poor people at the end of the day, and in particular poor people in rural areas who need to get a car because there is no public services, there is no public transportation, those people are going to pay a higher price in order to fight against climate change than rich people. While rich people are very happy not to have a car, but they're used to take a plane to go on vacation, okay? And from one European capital to the other. I think the way we should approach these issues, and in particular the issue of climate change, is through progressive taxation, including for how do you tax carbon emission. Okay? There are a lot of reports now. There were a number of studies, for example, made by the World Inequality Lab that document the fact that rich people, they tend to pollute much more than poor people. And even if you look at poor people in rich countries, and if you look at their carbon emission as of today, they tend to emit level of carbons that are not so far from what we need to limit climate change. Okay? Rich people, they pollute much more. And so I think the way we implement the policies, and this should be done, I guess, at the EU level, we should introduce progressive carbon taxation. The same way we have progressive taxation for income, and the same way we can have like progressive taxation for wealth. This would make a big change. I think the second big change that should be implemented, because part of the discussion we have today is that we also need to raise money. Okay, and this was like the previous round table. No, a lot of these things, they cost a lot. So who should pay for that? You can always print, but if you print more money, there is a big issue that you are going to ask citizens to pay for this investment through inflation. Okay, and like everyone was done like a little bit of economy, or just like look at the past 4 or 5 years. Okay, you can spend money, but if you just like spend money that you print before, you will struggle with inflation. And we know that poor people, they suffer from inflation more than rich people. Or you can try to link the issue of climate investment to the issue of social justice. And I am strongly in favor of something that is more and more on the agenda, but not enough, to introduce a wealth tax at the EU level, whose revenues are going to be used to invest for the green transition. This will have like 2 or 3, let's say, 3 main advantages. The first one is you will have money to fight for climate change. The second one, you are going to tax those who pollute the more, so very rich people. And the third one, from a political point of view, and to make it acceptable for the majority of the population, this issue of climate change, you will make it a fair issue, where rich people make more effort than poor people.
Okay. So the room is quite dark, so I don't know if there's anyone out there who has a question. I cannot see you, but if you'd like to raise your hand, we can bring you the microphone and you can pose your question to Julia. See if there's any questions. If not, I will keep going. I mean, I could ask you questions all day. Anything related to the European Union, the economy, politics, yeah, I could stay here all day. But if there is a question, is there anyone out there with a question? Yeah, wonderful. So just tell us who you are, perhaps, and go for it.
I can hold the microphone and stand up.
You can even come to the front of the room.
Wow,
Don't be
that's
shy.
very kind of you. Could you expand on your initial arguments? You mentioned, of course, that regional inequality, if we can summarize it as such, has been found in your studies with Thomas Piketty as one of the main causes for the votes for extremist parties. And what are the causes of these regional inequalities? Could you expand a bit on that, please?
Thank you so much for your question. If anyone else has a question, just make yourself seen and we'll come to you straight away.
So one of the important results we have in the book with Thomas Piketty, in fact, we have 2. The first result is that overall poor people, they still vote for the left. And I think this is very important to look at the number, because very often we say, okay, now poor people, they no longer vote for the left, they just vote for the radical right. This is not true. When you look at the number, you see that poor people from urban areas that work in particular as employees, they still vote mainly for the left. But poor people who live in rural areas, that's true, that tends to be blue-collar workers, or former blue-collar workers that are unemployed, or new blue-collar workers that are going to work in new jobs like in platforms like Amazon or these kind of things. Those people, they vote more for the radical right. They have a lot of common characteristics, and these 2 kinds of voters. They tend to be poor, they don't have a lot of wealth, but the main difference between them is the territory where they live. Rural territory versus big cities. And I think the reasons why those poor people living in rural territories vote for the radical right is, first of all, because they suffered more from globalization, again, and they do not benefit from it a lot, in particular because they are far from these big cities. And second, because they really struggle in terms of access to public services. Before I was mentioning public transportation, but I could also talk about public health, I could talk about public education, and so they no longer trust the state in a sense, because they don't see that the state is delivering for them. And this is very important, these results, the fact that people vote not only depending on their socioeconomic condition, but also depending on their territory, Because, for example, if you look, but this is not specific to France, but if you look at today French political landscape, you have 3 big political blocks, okay? You have the left, 1/3 of the vote. You have the radical right, 1/3 of the vote. And then you have the center-right, basically Emmanuel Macron, 1/3 of the vote. And you have these 3 different political parties, because those people that historically voted for the left are now divided into 2. And basically, poor people in rural territory do not vote the same way than poor people in urban territories. And as long as we will have this geographic divide on top of the divide on issues that we know better historically, like divide on income and wealth, basically, this is going to favor radical right parties. And I really think that the issue of accessing public services, it will matter in the future. And I was talking about education, I was talking about health, but here again, we see part of the criticism against Europe by voters, because a number of voters, they see the European Union as partly responsible for more competition in public transport. They open public transportation to competition. And this improved public transportation in some places, but basically in rural areas, it was better when it was only public, because then you are going to go and deliver public transportation even in places where there is no real market for it. And you have the same issue as of today, in particular following the Ukraine war, in terms of the price of energy. So I think, you know, it's not irrational for those people at the end of the day not to vote the same way than poor people in urban areas do vote. And it means, again, that we might have some solution. We need to improve, like, public transportation, public education, public health in those places. And this is something that should be done not only in the European context, together with the European Union, but also at the European level, because these findings we have for France, we see them, in a sense, in a number of other countries.
Okay, well, a lot of people welcoming what you said there about the wealth tax, Julie, and one asking you to give more ideas on how the EU can raise money in order to afford this transition. But actually, I'm looking at the clock there, and on your final point there, we will conclude this very interesting conversation that we've had with you. Thank you so much for coming down to Brussels from Paris to be with us today, and to be the final speaker here at the Brussels Economic Forum. Put your hands together, please. Julia Cagé. So now, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the Brussels Economic Forum 2024 edition. Thank you so much to all who've been joining us online all day, and for you in the room as well. Thank you so much for being here. You've been a fantastic audience, so encouraging. Thanks as well for all your questions. By the way, if you have any feedback, there is a little form that you can fill out on the website, the BEF 2024. The organisers would love to hear how you thought the day went. And of course, this wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for everyone working behind the scenes as well, so thank you so much to them. As I said, there is now, for those in the room, a cocktail reception over there, so looking forward to meeting you all there. Take care and enjoy the rest of your evening here in Brussels, and see you next year.